something out of a sci-fi horror rather than reality. But this is a technology that's been a long time coming. We've been developing direct brain-computer interfaces for a long time, mostly for the sort of therapeutic reasons that are the initial goal, at least, of Elon Musk's Neuralink, to allow people who are perhaps quadriplegic to have direct control via their brains of initially a smartphone and maybe ultimately artificial limbs or a wheelchair.
It does seem fascinating how quickly this technology is moving on. I saw demonstrations perhaps a year or two ago of people playing a very simple Pong game just by thinking, moving sort of one line on a screen up and down. This seems like potentially there has been a breakthrough that means far more complex things can be controlled just by thinking.
Well, there's lots of different aspects to this technology. The initial attempts to interface with the brain used actually quite thick prongs almost that went into the brain, and they were quite solid, and so if the brain moved, they could potentially cause damage.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQ's Live here on GB News. Every Wednesday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions when Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer go head-to-head in the House of Commons.
We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQ's Live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
Good morning. It is 6 o'clock on Saturday, the 2nd of March. Today,
I fear that our great achievement in building the world's most successful multi-ethnic, multi-faith democracy is being deliberately undermined. There are forces here at home trying to tear us apart.
The Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, issues a stark warning, claiming that extremists are trying to undermine democracy as he calls for the country to unite.
why has the RAF retired 30 highly capable jets used to defend the country from foreign aggressors, such as Vladimir Putin?
A charity in South Yorkshire aims to tackle the scourge of knife crime across the county by creating short films depicting the issue. We hear from those affected.
I was 15, I saw someone get murdered. They got stabbed to death, unfortunately. But what was strange, it didn't really affect me because I was around that kind of stuff all the time growing up. Violence was normal.
The creators of a West End play could U-turn on plans to hold black-only evenings following criticism from Number 10.
Speculation mounts over the health of the Princess of Wales, so we are asking, is it time for the royal family to be more open?
Good morning. In F1, Red Bull chief Christian Horner is under intense scrutiny ahead of the Bahrain Grand Prix as Max Verstappen takes pole on the eve of the new season. It's a big day too in the Premier League. Could Manchester United, though, be ready to make their move to replace Eric Ten Hag? More later.
Morning. It's another chilly day and watch out for some hefty showery rain as well as a bit of snow. Tomorrow, though, brings better news if it's drier weather you're after. I'll have the details shortly.
Good morning. I'm Pip Thompson.
Good morning, I'm Michael Portillo, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
So, last night, Friday, when we're all going home ready for the weekend, we were notified that the Prime Minister was going to be making an urgent announcement. And so he did. Michael Portillo, what did you think?
Well, I thought precisely what you've said was bizarre. I mean, if we have a problem with extremism, and if there have to be legislative changes, which are both perfectly reasonable points of view, then surely the Prime Minister would go to the House of Commons, which is the place where legislation is made. House of Commons was sitting last week. It was sitting the week before. We know that because there was turmoil on both occasions. So to come out on a wet Friday evening and announce important measures about extremism struck me as a very odd way to do it. And, of course, puts the Prime Minister in a position where he doesn't have to answer any questions.
Yeah, I mean, if you were watching or listening to it, he claimed that democracy is under threat from extremism in the wake of Hamas's October the 7th attack on Israel. Now, in a speech, which Michael says was very bizarre, he said there's forces here at home trying to tear us apart. Let's take a listen.
I fear that our great achievement in building the world's most successful multi-ethnic, multi-faith democracy is being deliberately undermined. There are forces here at home trying to tear us apart. On too many occasions recently, our streets have been hijacked by small groups who are hostile to our values and have no respect for our democratic traditions. Threats of violence and intimidation are alien to our way of doing things. They must be resisted at all times.
I think many of us, when we were first told that he was making that announcement, thought he's going to call an election. Because you don't...
Or even quit.
Did you think that was a possibility?
Well, I just thought, you know, we've so often heard that the podium is going to be positioned outside number 10 Downing Street, and it normally does presage very important news of the sort that you describe. I also think, you know, what also made it slightly bizarre was to talk about extremism on the day that you're responding to a by-election in which your party has been annihilated, and, by the way, so is the chief opposition party, makes it look as if you're saying the by-election, and there was a reference to the by-election in the speech, makes it look as if you're saying the by-election is the big symptom of extremism. I think that introduces quite an unfortunate confusion into the issue.
Yeah.
Because people would say, oh, well, you would say that because you were defeated in the by-election. Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
It kind of cheapens it because it makes it a response to the by-election rather than a response to everything that has been happening since October the 7th and indeed before that.
Because he said that the Rochdale by-election result, his words were, it was extremely alarming.
Yes.
Now, that's almost criticising the nearly 6,000 people who voted for George Galloway.
Over
almost
12,000 people.
Sorry, the 12,000.
Yes.
Isn't it? It's almost saying your vote's just weird, just writing them off in a way, which is not a good move.
I think to describe a democratic event as alarming, to imply that a democratic event, an election, is a symptom of extremism is very problematic. I mean, of course, you can say that the candidate who's been elected is someone who's espoused extremism. You'd have to make the case very carefully, because George Galloway is very good at arguing back. But I mean, you could make that case, but you need to be very careful not to say that the decision of thousands of people is in itself an extreme event.
Well, let's bring in senior political analyst at Orthodox Conservatives, David Moore, to talk about this, and also political commentator Peter Spencer. A very good morning to you both. David, Michael described it as bizarre. What did you think of Rishi Sunak's speech in the pouring rain in Downing Street on a Friday evening?
Well, I think it was a strong call that there was something very unprecedented going on. Now, we saw Mr Galloway winning by-elections in the past, for example, for the Respect Party, especially after when he left the Labour Party over Iraq. But what we're seeing at the moment and what we saw was a very toxic by-election where it was decided by a foreign policy tragedy, exploiting that foreign policy tragedy, using the flags of Palestine to basically say, this is what I'm standing purely on this ticket. And when people asked him what he was actually going to do for Rochdale, there wasn't any answer at all. And what the Prime Minister was saying is this country needs more social cohesion. As someone who is a social conservative at the moment, we are divided, we're in fear at the moment, and especially over a situation where Britain, quite frankly, doesn't have a political stake anymore, at least not controlling that area. This idea that we can just send in the troops and enforce a ceasefire, when the fact of the matter is we are using diplomatic channels, as the Foreign Secretary is doing at the moment. So we're seeing a by-election dominated purely on foreign policy grounds. pounds and potentially more in the future. So I think the Prime Minister had a strong message to say. Yes, I agree with Michael. It was very unprecedented.
Well, yes, David, let me pursue that with you. I mean, supposing we agreed with every word that you've just said, every word that the Prime Minister has said, why on earth not go to the House of Commons? He was talking about legislation, he was talking about changing the law. Is not the House of Commons the place to do that?
Well, indeed, I think the House of Commons, especially when other MPs can table such questions and, again, hold the executive to account, absolutely. But I think there is an unprecedented situation in this country at the moment where MPs are standing down because they are fearful, MPs' offices torched, fantastic statesmen and women who fear they can't run again, Jewish children who fear of going to school, and all forms of hatred from also that, we see people like Nick Griffin at the far right endorsing Mr Galloway in that election. So we're in a country at the moment where fear is rife and that people don't feel they can speak up. And it's about time we have a Prime Minister who can, and I think he is doing that. And during that speech, he was still heckled from outside. So I think it's about time also the police really start cracking down on extremism as well.
Well, hang on. He was heckled from outside. I mean, that's not an extremist threat, is it? Let's be honest. And bring in Peter Spencer, political commentator. Peter, what did you make of it? Rishi Sunak speaking from the heart, or was it all political posturing?
Very much political posturing. I mean, this wasn't a policy, this was a speech. He didn't really say anything that he hasn't already said. He's already had the mob rule stuff and already had the announcement about the £30 million for MP security. He did, however, very effectively watch the times away from George Galloway and on to him. I mean, you guys are being gloriously rude about the whole thing, but the fact is that the newspapers were rather less critical, just said, oh, Rishi Sunak has spoken up. I think what's behind all this is a very real fear on his part of George Galloway. Now, of course, Galloway is a threat to the Labour Party because of the historic anti-Semitism, but also, I mean, George Galloway, whether you love him or hate him, and many people do hate him, he is one hell of a class act when it comes to rhetoric. I mean, he's up there when it comes to mobilising English language. He's up there with Winston Churchill or indeed our esteemed colleague Nigel Farage, who managed to deliver Brexit single-handed. And that is a threat not only to the Labour Party, but also to the Conservatives.
Peter, were you surprised then, given your criticism, given my criticism for that matter, that Sir Keir Starmer appeared to be very appreciative of the speech, kind of rode in behind it and said, oh yes, we're at one with the Prime Minister on the need to fight extremism? Was that surprising?
I think not, because Starmer most certainly is also frightened of George Galloway. And I come back to his extraordinary rhetorical prowess. I mean, he's got more going for him when it comes to delivering speeches than Starmer or Sunak put together. He's very, very good at it. And now he will have one of a platform in the form of the House of Commons. Just imagine at Prime Minister's Question Time when he comes out with something really outrageous. Who's going to get the headlines? Is it going to be Sunak or is it going to be him? It's going to be him.
David, the Liberal Democrats and SNP were far more critical and scathing of what Rishi Sunak had to say. Liberal Democrats said Tories have sown the seeds of division for years. The SNP said they are the architects of the culture war in the UK, i.e. the Prime Minister needs to look a bit more inwardly.
Well, quite frankly, the Liberal Democrats don't like this country. They sold off our sovereignty to the European Union. The SNP also don't like this union either, so I don't take any lessons from them about that. I think Rishi is trying to unite a country here, a country that is concerned about a rise in extremism and domestic threats. And we spoke about Mr Galloway's rhetoric. Yes, he might be quite impressive at the dispatch box, but at the end of the day, let's look at his record on action supporting proxies that hate this country, that hate the Liberal Democratic and also Conservative values of this country. He has supported the war in Ukraine, so he's not an anti-war candidate. He very much has been a Putin apologist in the past. Yes, he said it wasn't ideal, but of course when Putin moved in, he started blaming the West as per and NATO. He also supports Hezbollah as well, these Islamist proxy for Iran, and he supported many other dictators as well. So I'm very much concerned about this result myself.
David and Peter, thank you very much indeed. Do you know, I rather wonder whether the Speaker of the House of Commons, if he's recovered his self-belief, might say to the Prime Minister, look, that's the sort of statement that should be made to the House of Commons, not on a Friday evening in Downing Street.
Really? You think you should pull him aside about it?
It's the sort of thing that speakers in the past have been very exercised about, quite rightly.
OK, we will see what happens. Now, we want to talk to you as well about next Wednesday, because it is the spring budget. And here on GB News next Wednesday evening, we're going to have a special live programme from Whitehaven, dissecting Jeremy Hunt's spring budget. I think that's Whitehaven in Cumbria.
Yes.
Yes. You can be part of the audience as Michelle Dewberry and Nigel Farage broadcast live. The RAF has sparked fury after announcing it's going to retire 30 quick reaction alert jets used to protect British skies from potential attacks.
The jets will be grounded despite completing only just 40% of their predicted flying hours in a move that has been likened to, quotes, scrapping Spitfires before the Battle of Britain. Military historian and defence analyst Chris Newton joins us now. Chris, there are, I think, many people who will make that parallel about scrapping Spitfires before the Battle of Britain. What on earth is going on at a time when we're talking about heightened tension, the need to defend the country? We have some highly capable aircraft. They are quite old in design, but they're still highly capable, and the RAF is telling us it's not going to fly them. What is going on?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Essentially what the MOD is doing is essentially these aircraft, these 30 Typhoon aircraft, they're a part of the older tranche 1. So these were entered service in from 2003. And effectively, the MOD's argument is that they're going to cost to maintain, and they don't have the kind of equipment and the software of the later tranche 2 and 3 aircrafts, and therefore to keep them is going to be expensive, and the money, the £300 million, is going to be needed to spend on maintaining tranche 1 could be used on tranches 2 and 3 instead.
Chris, that sounds very rational, but don't you think it's a PR disaster? Is this not going to cause outrage? I mean, is it not a mixed message from the government, on the one hand to be telling us that we're in a security crisis, and on the other hand to be retiring capable aircraft?
Yes, I outlined the MOD's position, but I agree with the Defence Select Committee, which says that instead of disposing and stripping of them, these aircraft should be put into storage and should be held in reserve, should be mothballed in time for a conflict. And I agree, these aircraft should be kept. We've seen in terms of the war of Ukraine how important numbers are. Technology is important, that's certainly the case, but numbers are important as well. And if we were in a war against Russia or a major conventional war, we will need a reserve. We will need our full structures need resilience built into them. So in that sense, we need that, and you're right as well. It does send the wrong message with regards to Russia and our willingness. If we can't spend this money on an operational reserve, it doesn't send a good message to Russia and about our resolve and our willingness to deter major conflict.
Chris, instead of retiring them, as you mentioned Ukraine there, could they not go to Ukraine to help their war effort?
Yeah, I mean, this has been looked at last year. The problem with that is that these, as Michael mentioned earlier, these are, despite their older aircraft, these are still highly sophisticated aircraft. There are also weapons integrations issues as well with regards to the Ukrainians operating them, and Ukraine needs more simpler, aircraft that they can train on very, straight away without taking into consideration the highly sophisticated avionics and sensors and software which the Typhoon has. So it's a good idea. It's a nice idea, but it's just not practical. And there's also practical issues with runways and how the aircraft is designed as well. So the Ukrainians are more interested in F-15s, F-16s. These are more suited to Ukrainian needs.
Chris,
thank you very much.
Yeah, let's get my words out. Military historian and defence analyst. Thank you so much for talking to us this morning. As a defence secretary, when you heard about this, a former defence secretary, were you surprised?
Horrified, absolutely horrified. But I thought Chris Newton there spelt out that there is a ready U-turn. So instead of disposing of the aircraft, which I think would be negligent, criminally negligent, I mean, if they really can't afford to run them at the moment, at least put them in a warehouse somewhere so that they can be brought out and used in due course. But I think even that sends a very bad signal, doesn't it? I mean, we heard a very good technical explanation there from Chris as to why they can't be used in Ukraine. But the public's not going to understand why these very capable jets are being retired. A PR disaster, I have a feeling the government's going to have to put it right.
OK. And we will let you know here on GB News any updates on that story. Let's bring you some other stories coming into the newsroom this morning. US President Joe Biden has said he hopes to see a deal for a ceasefire in the Israeli-Gaza war in time for the start of Ramadan. That comes amid tense negotiations as pressure builds on him to help curtail the conflict.
An investigation has been launched after 3 people were injured in South London following reports of a shooting. Police say that they were pursuing a moped that failed to stop near Clapham Common. A manhunt is currently underway.
A driver's been rescued from the cab of a truck that was left dangling over the edge of a bridge in Kentucky in the United States after her vehicle crashed through a barrier. The woman was unharmed, incredibly, and it's not yet clear how the incident happened. Goodness me. We've talked about this many times, haven't we? Knife crime on the rise in Britain. And in the year ending September 2023, last year, it increased to 50,000 offences. That's 5% higher, I think, compared to the year before.
In South Yorkshire, the Ministry of Justice data shows that 2/3 of cautions or convictions for knife crime in the area were handed to first-time offenders.
Our Yorkshire reporter Anna Riley has been to a charity-run event in Sheffield involving young people to get knives off the streets.
Giving a helping hand to stop young people from carrying knives. Anthony Olasende founded charity Always an Alternative after growing up surrounded by knife crime in Sheffield. He wants to get knives off the streets of the Steel City and launched an awareness event at Showroom Cinema.
When I was 15, I saw someone get murdered. They got stabbed to death, unfortunately. But what was strange, it didn't really affect me because I was around that kind of stuff all the time growing up. Violence was normal. Every day I'm looking over my shoulder. Every day, you know, someone's getting locked up or someone's getting injured. Surely life can't just be that. I had a few lucky escapes myself and I thought, I've actually had enough. I work more than this. This can't continue to happen. I've got kids now. I don't want to not be there for them, so I made that decision.
Keaton Naylor experienced the pain of losing a loved one to knife crime. His best friend, Louis Phillips, was stabbed to death at the age of 15 by a stranger during an unprovoked attack in South Yorkshire.
Ever since I lost my best friend, it's made me realise, well, knives really aren't needed. Like, there's so much more to life than carrying a knife, well, just a weapon in general. It was training for Barnsley Football Club. It was doing well, getting grades and that. It just applied for college. So it really wasn't a bad lad.
Tackling knife crime to prevent further tragedies is a priority for South Yorkshire Police.
The police are obviously doing a lot in terms of trying to identify, locate and target those individuals or gangs that are prone to violence and use guns and knives. So there's a lot of work around that. But prevention is really the more important thing. How do we stop young people?
Back at Showroom Cinema, students from a Sheffield high school produced a short film to highlight knife crime amongst teenagers.
It was really educational, and you don't understand how bad knife crime is until like you're being told the figure.
You know, something like this could happen to me, could happen to anyone. It is concerning, and it is something that, you know, that I don't want to happen.
With recent figures showing 17% of knife crime offenders in England and Wales were under 18, it's hoped schemes like this will deter children from carrying weapons. Anna Riley, GB News.
We're joined by former Detective Chief Inspector Mike Neville. Good morning to you, Mike. Thanks for talking to us about this. So knife crime, a 5% rise in 12 months. And another shocking statistic, the ONS has said that teenagers are more than twice as likely to be fatally stabbed as they would have been 10 years ago. That's just appalling.
And the police are in a very difficult situation, of course, because many of these knife crime offences are committed by young black men against young black men. 60% of murders in London are of young black men. And they try and the stop and search is the best way of reducing knife crime, because the officers remove them. Because, of course, if you look at knife crime is about 8 times more than gun crime. Because knives are far easier to obtain than guns. You can simply go to a shop and buy a kitchen knife. Many of those that you can see on the screen, you could use for cutting bread or cutting meat. They're easy to obtain. But the police are really handicapped because they face this constant accusation of racism when they try to deal with it.
Well, you mentioned stop and search there. Are you saying it should be random stop and search? Because if it was, would that not risk creating a lot of anger in the community?
I'm not suggesting it should be random at all, but the police's ability to stop and search is constantly criticised. You know, every time they do it. The police's power to stop and search people, for example, carrying a knife, if you've been convicted for carrying a knife in the past, that was removed from one of the reasons that you could be stop and searched. You had people being knighted. The former Deputy Commissioner of the Police was knighted for reducing stop and search. And the more you reduce stop and search, the more murders there are with knives. So my question is this: what's better, a hand in your pocket or a knife in your guts? That's the fact. You know, I'm sure the second is far worse.
Mike Neville, it was very shocking to see a young man there speculating that he could be a victim of knife crime. And we saw youngsters there making films, which warms the heart. I think what you're saying is that making films is not as effective as police action. Are you absolutely convinced that of all the policy changes that could be made, stop and search is the most likely to be effective?
Yes, I am, because I've done youth work all my life, and I know the value of this, and I applaud the people involved in these schemes where you're trying to get young people to be different. But the young people who'll be making films are not really the young people who are in gangs and using these knives. And it's just all the time, the elephant in the room is a race issue, and you've not quoted the statistics at all around race, because as I've said, 60% of knife crime in London, for example, is of knife murders are committed by young black men who represent 2% or 2 or 3% of the population of London. And by doing more stop and search, you're actually saving lives. And you talk about anger in the community, and we often have these same people shouting at the screen when it's really the mothers of the victims we should be listening to.
But Mike, you're talking about black people in London, but we also know that knife crime is surging in rural areas as well. We had knife attacks, several of them in a matter of weeks in Bristol recently. I just wonder if the root of this is to do with young people being bored, and there aren't the youth clubs anymore that they can go to. They're missing those sorts of facilities.
Well, first off, I disagree that Bristol was any form of rural community. It's a city.
No, I know. I'm not saying it's. I wasn't saying that.
With youth clubs, what a study in Sweden found, all you do with a youth club is you just facilitate a place where gangs can meet. There are plenty of voluntary organisations, scouts, cadets, rugby clubs, boxing clubs, which offer a very structured activity. They're the ones that we should be encouraging, and that's what I've been actively involved in for the last 30 years. They're the ones that can help young people, whether they're black, white.
Mike Neville talking to us there. I thought he was making a rather strong point, and he was making it from the point of view, as he says, of a lifetime of working with young people. And if we're not prepared to identify the nature of the problem because we're nervous about being accused of racism, same old problem, if we can't identify the things statistically, the chances are that we're going to direct our efforts to the wrong places. Is that not a worry?
No, that is. I do take your point, and I also see that it's not solely the police's problem to get rid of knife crime. Parents, knife amnesties, parents could perhaps help with that. But I do think there aren't the meeting places that they used to be.
Yeah.
There's not the activities. And why do people carry knives? They carry knives to protect themselves because they're fearful.
And the gangs have a lot to do with it. It's time to look at the weather. Alex Burke-Hill.
Hello, very good morning to you. I'm Alex Burkill here from the Met Office with your latest GB News weather update. Whilst tomorrow is going to be a drier day for many of us, it's a pretty unsettled, changeable story today. Outbreaks of showery rain could be heavy at times, some thunder mixed in, perhaps some hail, also some sleet or snow across parts of England into Wales as well. A swathe of rain making its way westwards across northern parts of Scotland, also likely to bring some hill snow here. Elsewhere though, there will be some sunny spells breaking out, but still a chilly feel to things, temperatures just about scraping into double digits perhaps, and some strong winds, especially towards the coasts. Later on, and as we go through the evening, that wet weather across northern Scotland clears away towards the west, but showery outbreaks of rain, sleet and hill snow across northern England feed into Scotland as we go through the night. Otherwise, across much of England, Wales and Northern Ireland, apart from a few coastal showers, it is going to turn largely dry, and with some clear skies, we're going to see temperatures dropping. So a few places dipping below freezing, leading to some frost in prone spots, also some fog and freezing fog patches first thing tomorrow morning. Otherwise, as we go through tomorrow, and like I said, it is a drier day for many of us. Perhaps some rain reaching Orkney and Shetland at times, and a few coastal showers around. Also, the chance of some rain affecting East Anglia. Otherwise, though, mostly fine. A good chance that we'll see some brightness breaking through and lighter winds, so although temperatures will be similar to today, it should feel less chilly.
Thanks very much, Alex. Still to come, Aidan has all the sport. What is happening?
Plenty going on. We're going to start with F1 because Christian Horner, the team principal of Red Bull, is in serious trouble, as we've been hearing in the last couple of days. We get more on that later on because the Bahrain Grand Prix kicks off today. Big day of Premier League action as well. And could Manchester United be about to change their manager? We'll find out later.
Patrick Christie's Tonight, weekdays from 9 p.m.
Well, to cut a very long story short, I was the chaplain in a school, and a pupil asked me to preach on how come they were told they had to accept the LGBT stuff in a Christian school. I thought that was a fair question. So I said, ultimately, no, you don't have to accept anybody else's ideas. You make up your own minds. And so on topics like the marriage being between a man and a woman, biological sex being real, gender identity not making perfect sense, therefore can't be entirely true. I said, you may adopt the church's position on that and respect the people you disagree with, but you make up your own mind. For which, as you say, I was reported to Prevent, the anti-terror watchdog, secular safeguarding authorities, the Teaching Regulation Agency, Disclosure and Barring Service, all of whom eventually cleared me, but I lost my job at the school, and that's why there's legal action ongoing.
It's an incredibly powerful sermon, to be fair. What do you make of Justin Welby in his current role? I've obviously rattled off quite a few things there. I mean, you've had personal experience of feeling quite abandoned. What's your view on his position?
Well, he's doing a very difficult job, in fairness to him. My personal view is perhaps he's not doing the best job of it. I'll be diplomatic about it. In a sense, I'm on the wrong side of things as far as he's concerned, I guess. not a word of support, not a whisper from anyone in the Church of England's hierarchy for someone simply saying, you may accept the Church of England's own teaching. And I can't quite see how he can square that in his own head, but he would have to answer to that himself, I guess.
I mean, the irony is that, though this is obviously through no fault of your own, the Church of England has recently baptised people who have gone on to not just be referred to prevent, but actually commit acts of terrorism. Meanwhile, you were referred to prevent for essentially teaching.
Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Pip and Michael. So, it's
views. We've
time
had
to
a
do
lot
some
of
views,
them.
I
Yeah.
think. Well,
they're flying in this morning, talking about Rishi Sunak's speech last night in Downing Street.
From the little sample that I've seen, more are supportive of the Prime Minister than not. So, for example, you and I come in for quite a bit of criticism. Your criticism of Sunak this morning is interesting. Wake up and get out of your London-centric bubble. And then Neil says, I think the PM is saying what we all believe. I think I don't think it's about political distraction. We're all genuinely worried that Britain is getting undermined by outside forces. So strong votes for the Prime Minister there.
John says, good morning, that brainless Rishi speech cannot be left unchallenged. We in the UK do protest very well. What is he asking for? Water cannon, rubber bullets, burning barricades, petrol bombs? That's not London. Galloway won a democratic race fairly and squarely. Our parties need to move on.
And Tony says, what a load of waffle. That's a reference to the Prime Minister rather than you and me. To pretend to say that you'll do something and then do nothing sums him up. It was to deflect attention away from the Rochdale by-election. It was pathetic. But as I say, I think from the small sample I saw, more were supportive of the Prime Minister than not.
Yeah, it's the timing of it. You know, it's just the very day that by-election result came in, months ahead of a general election. This Gaza war broke out, 5 months ago? He could have said this weeks ago. We've known for a long time.
And I insist in my rather pedantic way that it's something that should have been said to the House of Commons. And I think many people in the House of Commons will be saying that next week.
Let's go through all the latest sports news. There is plenty happening this Saturday morning. Broadcaster Aidan McGee is here to fill us in. Good morning.
Good morning to you both. Can we start with a bit of F1? We haven't discussed it much lately just because the season's been off for everything, but I mean, this is a season with a difference. Obviously, the F1 Grand Prix starts, the F1 season starts today, Bahrain, 3 o'clock. But it's been undermined completely by this issue with Christian Horner. I mean, it's rare that F1 gets on the front of the papers. Well, it's rare that it gets on the back sometimes these days. It's been so processional and so dull in the last couple of seasons. But Christian Horner, about a month ago, it's a campaign to kind of undermine him, basically. There were some messages, there were some kind of allegations from a female co-worker anonymously into key F1 personnel to try and suggest that there have been some allegedly explicit texts or WhatsApp screenshots being floated around, and it was dealt with internally at Red Bull HQ over in Austria, and we thought we'd seen maybe the end of it. And then, of course, as we know, in the last 48 hours, I think it was 79 Google Drive files of WhatsApp screenshots were dropped into the inbox of all these key F1 personnel. The timing is everything here, Michael, right on the eve of the season. Max Verstappen came out yesterday, having finished fastest in qualifying, and said his boss is clearly distracted. His quote was, he's fully committed to the team. He's also here for performance, of course, possibly a bit sidetracked. And I think that would be putting it mildly, quite frankly. On the front of the Sun as well today, Joey Halliwell, his wife, she was apparently in the air while these files were dropped on the F1 bosses. And where do you go from here? I mean, I think we have to say, yes, it's been dealt with internally, supposedly, but this new fresh wave of allegations, how long before this is a really commercialised sport? How long before the big beasts, the sponsors, the blue-chip companies say, you know what, you're dragging our name through the mud, whether something's happened, whether something's proven or otherwise, and they want to maybe move things on? I mean...
That's tough, though, isn't it? If nothing's proven, but your position becomes untenable.
I think it's the world we live in, though, Pip, unfortunately. Lots of people lose jobs and lose positions because of allegations, even though nothing is proven. I think the sponsors have to take a view beforehand. Look, is this damaging us? And at the start of the season, when... I mean, it's under pressure anyway, F1, because it's become so dull since that huge race 3 years ago between Hamilton and Max Verstappen. I mean, Max Verstappen won 22 out of 23 races last year. It's as uninteresting as you can possibly get. We're hoping that when Lewis Hamilton transfers to Ferrari next season and he gets a better car, maybe we might see some improvement there in the competition, but it's certainly under pressure.
I find it all rather depressing. Have you got anything else to tell us about sport?
Yes, Manchester United. So not a week goes by when we don't mention them. They're always good for clicks and everything like that, so it attracts a lot of attention. Big story in the back of the Sun today, Graham Potter, if I can just hold it up there to camera 8. Graham Potter, the former Brighton and Chelsea manager, has been linked with Manchester United today. Now, the backstory to this, Michael, is that Dan Ashworth, the sporting director, is coming in from Newcastle. He knows Potter from his time at Brighton, and I think he's the preferred candidate to take over Eric Ten Hag. The new owner from Ineos, Sir Jim Ratcliffe, was asked yesterday, or not asked, but he was given the opportunity to back Eric Ten Hag last week in a series of interviews. He declined to do so. I felt that was very telling. And you can understand why he wants to replace him. I mean, they've lost 10 home matches this season. That never happened in the 26 years that Sir Alex Ferguson ran Manchester United with such distinction. They're in action tomorrow against Manchester City. I can't see that game resulting in anything other than a resounding defeat for Manchester United against the bitter rivals as well. And the pressure is intensifying around the club because it's a club that thrives on results, and this season it's not been getting them.
Do you mind me saying modestly that I think my presence helps you because you know that I know nothing about sport. So what that does is it drives you back to explaining all the basics. He fills in all the gaps, tells us who everyone is.
It's important, isn't it?
Yeah, make sure everyone understands the story.
It's a horrible habit in sport. It's so presumptive that we just think everyone knows stuff. And they don't.
I'm very pleased that Mr. Graham Potter didn't seek a career in politics. Imagine being in politics called Mr. Graham Potter.
No, that's just the headline, Michael.
Oh.
I'm filling in the gaps for you.
Oh, sorry. I thought his name was Graham Potter.
No, his name's Graham Potter, but that headline is Plotter, as in they're plotting behind the manager's back.
Listen, there's a break coming up. Aidan will explain all in the break.
Right, this is Breakfast on GB News with Pip and Michael, and here's a reminder of our top stories.
I fear that our great achievement in building the world's most successful multi-ethnic, multi-faith democracy is being deliberately undermined. There are forces here at home trying to tear us apart.
The Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, issues a stark warning, claiming that extremists are trying to undermine democracy as he calls for the country to unite.
Why has the RAF retired 30 highly capable jets used to defend the country from foreign aggressors such as Vladimir Putin?
A charity in South Yorkshire aims to tackle the scourge in knife crime across the county by creating short films depicting the issue. We will be hearing from those affected.
I was 15, I saw someone get murdered. They got stabbed to death, unfortunately. But what was strange, it didn't really affect me because I was around that kind of stuff all the time growing up. Violence was normal.
The creators of a West End play could U-turn on plans to hold black-only evenings following criticism from Number 10.
Speculation mounts over the health of the Princess of Wales, so we will be asking, is it time for the royal family to be more open?
We're going to be looking ahead very shortly to tonight's Brit Awards and taking you through all the runners and riders. That is coming next. A very good morning to you. This is Breakfast on GB News with Pip Thompson and Michael Portillo.
I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg and this is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday from 8 p.m.
You're now in exile. I imagine it wouldn't be safe for you to go back to Russia. Can I ask you if you feel safe personally, and what do you think can be done to remove Putin, or is he going to be there for as long as he wants?
I think that is, of course, fundamental question. It is there should be pressure inside Russia and outside. Inside Russia right now, it's impossible because Putin put all leaders in jail, and some of us just abroad. You know, just two were already killed. Mr. Nemtsov, Boris Nemtsov, my friend, my collaborator on my party, was killed on the walls on Kremlin. Alexei Navalny was killed in jail and in the camp. And that is, the people live in fear to identify themselves as protesters, to identify themselves as against Putin's regime, etc. That's why today there is no chance for opposition to rise inside Russia. But outside, of course, this war against Ukraine, that is the fundamental issue for all foreign leaders. And in fact, just support of Ukraine and not to let Putin to destroy Ukraine, to defeat Ukraine. That is an important issue, because just Ukraine, that's not just in Ukraine, war in Ukraine. Ukraine just fighting for their territorial integrity, but fighting for the whole European countries, because after Ukraine, other countries could appear, other subject of aggression could be, and Putin easily could try to test Article 5 of NATO Charter. It could be one of the small countries of Baltic states.
Welcome back. You are watching and listening to Breakfast with Pip Thompson and Michael Portillo. Let's take a look at some of the newspaper front pages.
The Times leads with the Prime Minister urging people to ban extremist poison.
The Guardian leads with the Prime Minister saying that democracy is under threat from extremists.
The Daily Mail says that Rishi Sunak delivered a speech that the nation needed to hear.
And the Telegraph leads with the Prime Minister's speech saying that democracy is under threat.
Finally, the Eye leads with Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer saying he is sorry about George Galloway.
And now, joining us to go through what's making the news is the writer and podcaster Lewis Oakley and showbiz reporter Stephanie Tecci. Yes. Actually, Stephanie, if it's all right with you, I think we might begin with Lewis. Yeah. I think we might just pick up on the big story about Rishi Sunak. I don't know whether you've been listening to the debate in the studio this morning. I don't know what your
we were gossiping in the green room, so it's fresh to me. But yeah, obviously, for anyone that wasn't around on Friday night, we had this big announcement that there was going to be an announcement from 10 Downing Street. We thought general election, what's going to happen? But no, he wanted to talk to us really about the extremism we've seen in the last days and weeks. And I've got to be honest here, it didn't really do it for me. I know that there were some people that were really, felt that it was good that a Prime Minister had said this and that it was the right thing to say. The cynic in me said he got what he wanted. George Galloway is only on one of these front pages. And I think that it was about him reclaiming the narrative a little bit, which is not to be completely cynical. Of course, the Prime Minister needs to say these things and take a firm stance. But, I was listening out for the buzzwords in there that were like framework and things like this. It was like, but what are you actually going to do? Because I think this has been the Conservatives' problem for a long time. They can talk a good game and say they're going to be firm, but then completely drop the ball when it comes to the reality.
Actually, you've just made a point which we had graphically illustrated, because we went through all the front pages there, didn't we? And they were almost identical.
Yeah.
They were all on Rishi. So he certainly did pull off the trick of driving Galloway off the front pages.
He did, but then again, the problem is when Rishi makes these grand gestures, it always comes back to criticism towards him, where it's almost little too late. And Rishi, you do talk a good talk, but can you walk a good walk in terms of trying to combat extremism in the UK? And my problem with it is it's an ideology. We now need to be going to the grassroots levels. This has been happening in the UK well over a decade. So why is now Rishi feeling like people are just suddenly going to listen to him and be like, OK, we're all going to get together and we're going to try fight this? It's too late.
So you're not saying he's wrong?
I'm not saying he's wrong, but I'm saying he's little too late, and I don't know if he is the man for the job. I feel like I don't personally have confidence in him, and it feels like he's trailing on the backs of people like Suella Braverman, who's been saying this for weeks. So I I feel like he's just trying to do a PR campaign here. It's not something...
Catherine was saying, in complete disagreement, Stephanie, that she believes his speech was one of the best ever given by any Prime Minister.
It really reminded me of that time in the Brexit negotiations where Theresa May called a press conference and we thought, what is she going to say? And she walked out and basically said, I'm trying, and then walked off. And it just gave me that kind of vibes. I also thought, and I know it was, you know, an outside of number 10 press conference, but take questions, you cowards. Take questions. We need the detail here. We need some scrutiny. You can't just grandstand and say this well-written speech you've been rehearsing all day.
He talked about, sorry to interrupt, Lewis, just saying about giving us some substance. He talked about a framework, didn't he, for police, without telling us how much... framework for police, and police must manage control the protests, not just manage them.
And also, you know, that promise that if someone had come here on a student visa and then made trouble in an extremist way, that they would be expelled. But we know that...
Well, I think he said the visa would be revoked. So it's like, then what?
I mean, no one gets removed.
And Stephanie...
The one of the GB views that shook me was the one that said, get out of your metropolitan bubble. And people know that GB News aims not to be in the metropolitan bubble. So that one stung a bit for me. Do you think we ought to move on, though? OK. Stephanie, you wanted to tell us what Keir Starmer had been saying yesterday.
Well, he's apologised to voters in Rochdale following George Galloway's win, but he said it was the right thing for him to disown his candidate, Azhar Ali, who obviously they've distanced themselves from him due to his anti-Semitic views. Again, I feel like following the results in Rochdale, it goes to show that voters should not be underestimated. And for Keir Starmer now, he cannot just think that everything's going to go his way. You know, the voters are listening, they are watching, and now he's getting a glimpse of how people are feeling about Gaza and about Israel. Like George Galloway, even though he is receiving criticism, he's did the right thing for Rochdale, clearly.
Yeah, it's almost like Labour are trying to suggest that result yesterday was a bit of a blip.
Yeah, no.
But actually, the ramifications could be massive in terms of the Muslim vote.
Definitely. And when it comes to the general election now, I hope Keir Starmer is not resting on his laurels. And, you know, with these kind of big points of topics where people are, you know, interested in talking, he now needs to take a stand now. He needs to be quite vocal on where his party stands and what his view is.
Well, it's very interesting to see the pressure on Labour, finally, because their strategy of just say nothing and watch the Tories fall over is not going to get them through this Gaza issue, clearly. I mean, he's issued an apology, and you sort of think, well, you can understand, your hands were tied. You had to stand him down, and the ballot papers have been printed. What were you going to do? It's just very odd now to be having these by-elections with a general election looming. You always want to say to them, don't get too comfortable, keep your shoes on, because you'll be back out campaigning in no time.
And it was an interesting point you made yesterday, Michael, I think, where Labour was trying to suggest that we didn't win because we didn't have a candidate, whereas you think that George Galloway would still have been in with a very good shout, even if Labour had
I do think that. And I also think, you know, what is Keir Starmer's greatest single claim? It is that he's taken the Labour Party, taken it away from what it was under Jeremy Corbyn, got rid of the anti-Semitism. And yet, when it comes to a by-election, they cannot find a candidate who can get 48 hours into the campaign without saying something blatantly anti-Semitic. It's absolutely extraordinary, isn't it? Lewis, should we talk about defence?
Yes, defence spending. So Grant Shapps, if anyone doesn't know, we've got a budget coming next week, so that's what everyone in the Metropolitan Elite will be talking about, but hopefully around the country, because it affects us all. But anyway, Grant Shapps is getting in early and has told Jeremy Hunt, look, we've got to raise defence spending by to 2.5%. I believe it's 2.2 currently. There are a lot of threats coming our way. We've got wars going everywhere. We've had talks about, you know, Trident missiles that can't take off. We've, you know, got ships that we're having to take out of commission because we can't staff them.
We're talking this morning about Typhoon jets that are being retired. It
is an abysmal situation. It really does feel like we're not taking this seriously in a more dangerous world. And the thing about defence is you hope you never have to use it. So I actually do... Whilst there's a lot of things that need funding at the moment, I do actually think we need to... But I think we actually probably need to go a little bit further than this and say, you know, if we ever were at war, let's not be caught with our pants down. You know, could we feed our citizens? You know, could we create steel? It's not just about missiles and service people anymore. We actually need to say, could we keep the country running? If someone took our internet down, what would we do? And you always think, are you really thinking this thing through?
Lewis, you make really good points. I absolutely applaud what you're saying, but I think the belief in money is a bit naive. I mean, we're spending 2% of GDP. We're spending £50 billion. I've been both Defence Secretary and Shadow Chancellor. If I were the Chancellor, I don't think I'd give more money to the Defence Department. They spend the money so appallingly badly. I mean, with 50 billion, and they can't get either one of the carriers out to sea. With 50 billion, they've only...
So where are they spending the money then? If they're spending it so badly, where's it going?
Well, for example, I think they put either 3 or 5 billion, I forget, into a vehicle for the army, which they're not even sure now they're going to produce, because it made when they put it into tests, it made people so sick and so deaf that they're having to rework the vehicle. So billions are going into programmes that never see the light of day. But one of the great mysteries is what happens to money in the Ministry of Defence. It goes in the top and it doesn't come out the bottom.
Really?
Stephanie, you were certainly in agreement with some of what Lewis was saying.
You know, I'm not a money girl at all, but for me, I just think, where is this money coming from? Wasn't it just a few weeks ago it was announced that this country is in a recession? And I just think, what about the everyday man and their lives? I feel like the money should be going back to our society. Like, we're pumping all this money into Ukraine, and for me, the maths doesn't add up to me.
You don't see Ukraine as our front line?
No.
I do.
I don't, Michael, because I just think there are people in this country who can't afford to eat, they can't afford to survive. These are the people we should be caring about. Don't get me wrong, my heart breaks for Ukraine, it really does.
Don't you think that could potentially have any ramifications on us, though?
Well, maybe I'm being
maybe I'm
being short-sighted, but I just think I live in the UK and I see our problems here at home. So for Ukraine, it's hard for me to connect with it financially, I think.
You've said you're not a money girl, but I bet you can help us with the Brit Awards.
Of course.
Am I right in saying
Now
that?
you're speaking my language.
Run us through who's in contention.
Well, you know what, I would like to say this year is going to be the year of the woman, Michael, because in 2022, the Brits got rid of gendered categories, and last year we saw the Artist of the Year being dominated by all men, so those were the headlines that were coming out of the Brits. But this year, they've rectified it. 57% of the nominations are now going to women. We're going to see Kylie Minogue tonight. She's going to receive the Global Icon Award. She's had a career of over 30 years, so she'll be performing on stage as well. One singer I think people should look out for tonight is Ray. She's up for a staggering 7 nominations.
Quite extraordinary.
She's already won Songwriter of the Year. She's been quite vocal about the sexual assault she's faced in the music industry. But there's also other people such as Dua Lipa, who's up for 3 nominations as well. Rolling Stones, I'm hoping they can pick an award today. They're only up for 1, which is for Best Rock Alternative, which will be voted by the viewers at home. So this is their first nomination that they received in over a decade.
And are there any good duets happening? I mean, we talk about Kylie there.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, one of the iconic performances over the year was her and Robbie Williams.
Yeah.
Which was, gosh, probably over 20 years ago now, when they did Kids together.
I wish there was I am excited about the Brits tonight, but I think Kylie will be the headliner of the show. There's Dua Lipa as well, who will be performing, and there's an R&B act called Tate who will also be performing, but they haven't really got the big star-studded names that the Brits used to have. It's a lot of new talent, which is good.
And presenting it, Roman Kemp,
Maya Jama and Clara Ampho. They're all new presenting lineup for the show.
Lewis, do you know as much about Dua Lipa as I do?
Probably. I'm really not down with the kids, despite having 3 kids, but they're very young. So my area is more like, Peppa Pig. But I thought it was interesting what you were saying about the gendered roles. So they got rid of the gendered roles.
Yes.
Everyone kicked off because there weren't enough women in it. Now they've rectified it.
Yeah.
But surely then they've just gone back to, well, we've got to have sort of 50-ish% men, 50-ish% women, but we just won't call it a male or female category.
Well, I won't be surprised tonight if we see a majority of the females winning so they get the right headlines, but no one likes to feel like the token act. And, when Adele won Artist of the Year, I think last year, she was like, I still want to be a female and consider it.
Who's that? That is Adele.
She is.
Speaking of Adele, just like magic, she appeared. Thanks very much, Stephanie. Thanks very much, Lewis. We'll talk to you again later. It is, of course, the weekend. You might have lots of lovely plans. Let's find out what the weather forecast is doing for them. Here's Alex Burkill.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, very good morning to you. I'm Alex Burkill here from the Met Office with your latest GB News weather update. Whilst tomorrow is going to be a drier day for many of us, it's a pretty unsettled, changeable story today. Outbreaks of showery rain could be heavy at times, some thunder mixed in, perhaps some hail, also some sleet or snow across parts of England into Wales as well. A swathe of rain making its way westwards across northern parts of Scotland, also likely to bring some hill snow here. Elsewhere though, there will be some sunny spells breaking out, but still a chilly feel to things, temperatures just about scraping into double digits perhaps, and some strong winds, especially towards the coasts. Later on, and as we go through the evening, that wet weather across northern Scotland clears away towards the west, but showery outbreaks of rain, sleet and hill snow across northern England feed into Scotland as we go through the night. Otherwise, across much of England, Wales and Northern Ireland, apart from a few coastal showers, it is going to turn largely dry, and with some clear skies, we're going to see temperatures dropping. So a few places dipping below freezing, leading to some frost in prone spots, also some fog and freezing fog patches first thing tomorrow morning. Otherwise, as we go through tomorrow, like I said, it is a drier day for many of us. Perhaps some rain reaching Orkney and Shetland at times, and a few coastal showers around. Also, the chance of some rain affecting East Anglia. Otherwise, though, mostly fine. A good chance that we'll see some brightness breaking through and lighter winds, so although temperatures will be similar to today, it should feel less chilly.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Nana Queer, weekends from 3 p.m.
Sadiq Khan, 6.3 million on a virtue signal, load of lines. Why is he spending the people's money in this way? And why is nobody saying anything? I want to hear from Suzanne Hall, the potential Conservative candidate, or Howard Cox, the potential Reform candidate who could potentially take this off Sadiq Khan. Why are they not speaking? This is ridiculous.
Well, it was sprung on everybody. Did you know about that?
I didn't know about it.
Nobody knows. So they're spending this money. They're spending £6.3 million, and no one knew about it. Where's the press? Where are the public consultations? No one knew. I think it's a good idea to rename the train lines, because all these train lines are there are like 4 of them, 6 of them, whatever, and they're all going all these different directions, and you tell someone to come, and you don't even know the name.
Yeah, but 6.3 million. Listen, if he wants to give me 6.3 million to come up with some virtue signalling lines, I'd like to know which advertising agency he employed to do this, how long it took him, and why he's even done it in the first place. Why has he done this?
He has done this with the virtue signalling because he's part of Team World. He's Rishi Sunak. It's this whole concept is every inclusiveness. There is no country. Nobody's English. Our own history is bad. Not my history, but whatever. The English history is bad. And it's a denial of history. It's Orwellian or something. Yeah. Not that I know
I think it's an absolute absurdity that Sadiq Khan should be doing that. He's got a knife crime epidemic, a crime epidemic, people stealing watches off people walking down the street.
Yes.
You've got the burglary at an all-time high. London, a lot of people are put off by it. And this is what he spent £6.3 million on.
This could have been a bit
to speak as to why.
He doesn't need to speak. People need to speak out and say, well, why didn't we know about this? But the idea, can I say something to you, Nana? The idea is right. It's like, for example, take the Northern Line. You know, there are 6 Northern Lines.
6 Northern Lines.
6 different Northern Lines, maybe more now, because one goes from Mill Hill East to Mill Hill.
This was the overground he was...
Good morning. It is 7 o'clock on Saturday, the 2nd of March. Today,
I fear that our great achievement in building the world's most successful multi-ethnic, multi-faith democracy is being deliberately undermined. There are forces here at home trying to tear us apart.
The Prime Minister Rishi Sunak issues a stark warning claiming that extremists are trying to undermine democracy as he calls for the country to unite.
why has the RAF retired 30 highly capable jets used to defend the country from foreign aggressors such as Vladimir Putin?
A charity in South Yorkshire aims to tackle the scourge of knife crime across the county by creating short films depicting the issue. We hear from those affected.
I was 15, I saw someone get murdered. They got stabbed to death, unfortunately. But what was strange, it didn't really affect me because I was around that kind of stuff all the time growing up. Violence was normal.
The creators of a West End play could U-turn on plans to hold black-only evenings following criticism from Number 10.
Speculation mounts over the health of the Princess of Wales, so we'll be asking, is it time for the royal family to be more open with us?
A very good morning. We look ahead to the start of the Formula One season with the Bahrain Grand Prix underway this afternoon. It's also a big day in the Premier League with Liverpool, Tottenham and Aston Villa all in action. And has the blue card finally been given the red card?
Morning. It's another chilly day and watch out for some hefty showery rain as well as a bit of snow. Tomorrow, though, brings better news if it's drier weather you're after. I'll have the details shortly.
Good morning, I'm Pip Thompson.
Good morning, I'm Michael Puttino. This is Breakfast on GB News.
So good to have you with us this Saturday morning, and we're getting lots of comments from you about Rishi Sunak's speech in Downing Street last night, but also at the other end of the scale, something much lighter, a bit of nostalgia, because the top 10 sounds from the 80s, the 90s, the noughties that we miss the most. So it could be, for example, a VHS tape being inserted into a video player.
Yes.
Michael's doing the sound effects for this one. Rotary phone dialing. Nokia ringtone.
Don't know that one. What was a Nokia ringtone?
Is that da 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 da? Is it?
Could be.
Could be. What else have we got? Synthesizers in 80s pop songs. You get the drift. There's all sorts of sounds that we probably don't think about on a daily basis, but actually...
Can I add one? I think it's from this era. There used to be public telephone call boxes and you had to put a coin in.
Yeah.
And what happened was the other number answered, and at the moment that it answered, that's when you had to put your 5p in or your 2p. And the sound that you got telling you that it was time to put the coin in was... boop, 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 and in went the coin. And the coin made a sound ka-chunk.
Well, unless it came out the bottom, which it often did in the phone boxes.
That was ka-chunk and more or less.
So, we want to hear from you today the sounds that you miss the most. And Michael here will do them for us.
I think I'm done.
gbviews at gbnews.com. Do please let us know. Right, we're going to get serious because Prime Minister Rishi Sunak surprised a lot of us by speaking in Downing Street on a rainy night last night, claiming that democracy is under threat from extremism in the wake of Hamas's October the 7th attack on Israel.
In a speech to the nation in Downing Street, he said, "There are forces here at home trying to tear us apart." Let's take a listen to what he was saying.
I fear that our great achievement in building the world's most successful multi-ethnic, multi-faith democracy is being deliberately undermined. There are forces here at home trying to tear us apart. On too many occasions recently, our streets have been hijacked by small groups who are hostile to our values and have no respect for our democratic traditions. Threats of violence and intimidation are alien to our way of doing things. They must be resisted at all times.
Let's delve into this a little bit more with political commentator Peter Spencer and local government editor at Conservative Home, Harry Phibbs. A very good morning to you both. Harry, can I start with you? Quite an unexpected speech from Rishi Sunak. Was it a good one? Was it welcomed? Or, as Michael suggested, actually, should it really have taken place in the House of Commons?
I think it was welcome. One of the criticisms of Rishi Sunak is that he will try to avoid things that are sensitive and contentious, that he'll either equivocate or try and avoid talking about them at all. I think that this is obviously an unusual thing for the Prime Minister to come out onto the steps of Downing Street, but it means it's a very proactive way of taking on the issue. And of course, with Lee Anderson, he was criticised for his choice of words, but people did also feel, well, at least he's had the courage to confront this serious controversial issue rather than diving for cover. And so I thought that it was good the Prime Minister raised it, and I think he raised it in the right way. That important distinction between the Islamists, the jihadist extremists, and the ordinary Muslims, and also saying that the difficulty is not some great sort of conspiracy that the Islamists have got sort of control of politicians, but of pandering and appeasing to them, and that's what we've seen from Sadiq Khan and Lindsay Hoyle and Keir Starmer and others. So I think he made valid points, and it was good that he came out and said them clearly.
Harry, I wonder whether he lacks credibility in certain areas. I mean, for example, he mentioned the PREVENT programme, but the PREVENT programme has been heavily criticised for putting huge resources into tackling right-wing conspiracies and reducing the resources put into combating Islamist plots. He talked about taking away the visas from students who came here and then engaged in extremist activity. But we know that the government's record on removing people is extremely poor. So is credibility a problem with that sort of speech?
Oh, I think, of course, the problem is that the people say, well, hang on, who's the Prime Minister? Who's going to deal with all of this? And that's often been a frustration over many issues, particularly among Conservatives who'll say, well, look, here's a government that will sometimes come up with some conservative rhetoric but will fail to follow through in terms of policies. I think you're absolutely right with the PREVENT programme. Indeed, it's worse than that in that some respects, some of the funding was going to some of these extreme groups that it was meant to be combating. So I think that's a great concern. Probably the greatest concern is the policing. Of course, it's correct to say that politicians don't have operational control of the police, but there's considerable dismay that the police are failing to uphold the law, failing to prevent incitement to violence, and that's probably the single biggest issue that we need to get on top of. Maybe we need to have some kind of restriction, in some cases, on the number of people who can demonstrate. You will remember we had mass picketing, and then Margaret Thatcher brought in some limit that there could be only 6 outside a place of work, so people could make their protest, but they couldn't use intimidation to actually prevent people going about their daily lives. I think we need to get to that principle that, yes, people should be allowed to protest, but no, they should not be allowed to disrupt and intimidate.
Political commentator Peter Spencer. Keir Starmer's response last night was, it is right to advocate unity. He was very supportive of the Prime Minister, which I actually found a little surprising.
Yeah, I mean, he's very anxious not to break ranks at this stage, which indeed is something that has very much annoyed a large number of his own MPs, as we're aware. That's why Keir Starmer was particularly worried about and particularly upset about the fact that Galloway has now been elected in Rochdale, because, of course, he will deliver a great deal of firebrand rhetoric in support of the Palestinian cause, and a great many Labour MPs will take a great deal of notice of this. But when it comes to Rishi Sunak's speech, I mean, it was a speech. It wasn't a policy. He didn't really say anything particularly new. It was quite a clever ploy, I think, to do it outside Number 10, because it had the effect of ensuring that he got maximum coverage. But I think the reason for that is his own fear that George Galloway's message might just start to resonate on his own side. I mean, let's get real here. The Palestinian death toll, mainly women and children, is now nudging up towards 30 times the number of people who were slaughtered in the Hamas atrocity. And if the Israeli tanks roll into Rafah, then we're looking at potentially a humanitarian disaster. And remember that Islam is the second largest religion within the United Kingdom. Well, there's plenty of Tory voters who happen to be Muslims as well as Labour voters. And I think Rishi Sunak is very anxious to ensure that he doesn't end up with the same sort of headaches as Keir Starmer over his stance towards the conflict.
Harry Phipps, who is local government editor at Conservative Home, and political commentator Peter Spencer. Thank you both for your input this morning. And interesting as well, Michael, that not long after Sunak's speech, George Galloway was asked about it, and Sunak's talking about, not wanting division. We need to be unified. And George Galloway said he despises him.
Yes, a very Galloway remark. And we were saying earlier that Rishi Sunak wiped Galloway off the headlines this morning, which is true. However, what does it matter? I mean, we all know what happened in the by-election yesterday. It was the one news story until 6 p.m. when the Prime Minister suddenly popped out of Downing Street.
Absolutely. OK, we will talk more about that later. Keep your thoughts coming in as well on it, gbviews@gbnews.com. Now, in a few days' time, next Wednesday, in fact, it is the spring budget. The last budget, we expect, I think, before the general election.
Oh, I'll make a bet with you on that one.
Go on.
Well, I think we'll have another one.
Oh, you do?
I do. Oh, yeah. I think there's going to be another. Assuming we go to October at least, I think there'll be another packet of measures later in the year if the government suddenly finds it's got a little more headroom, as they call it, a bit more money to spend.
See, I'm not still fully convinced about an autumn election.
OK.
But hey-ho, maybe it's just because I'm desperate to get it done.
Get it over done.
Yeah, exactly. Well, next Wednesday evening, we are going to have a special live programme from Whitehaven in Cumbria focusing on what is in Jeremy Hunt's spring budget. And you can be part of the audience. Michelle Dewberry and Nigel Farage will be broadcasting live. All the details, if you're watching us this morning, are on your screen now. Now, the RAF has spiked fury after announcing it will retire 30 quick-reaction alert jets used to protect British skies from potential attacks.
The aircraft will be grounded despite only completing 40% of their predicted flying hours in a move that has been likened to scrapping Spitfires before the Battle of Britain. And retired British Army officer and defence analyst Colonel Simon Diggins joins us now. Simon Diggins, welcome very much to GB News. So lots of people are expressing their shock over this. They find it very confusing that at the time that the risk to our country is rising, that these jets, which are capable, although somewhat elderly, are being retired. Indeed, the proposal, I think, is to scrap them. What has been your reaction to this piece of news?
I think it's two things. One is it's normal to retire equipment when it's towards the end of its life. Because in these instances, these particular aircraft are not really towards the end of their life. There's still many more years of use available to them. I think what it really indicates is actually how short of money the Royal Air Force is. And we know there's been pressure on the Chancellor, and you just mentioned the budget, looking ahead to see whether or not more money can be found for the Royal Air Force. I think if they had the money they needed, they wouldn't be retiring these jets. And I think that's really the key thing about it, not necessarily the fact that they're going to be retired. It's the shortage of money which is driving this.
Well, when I was a minister, there was a very unpleasant expression that was used, which was bleeding stumps. So this meant when a department wanted to demonstrate to the Treasury that it was having difficulties because it didn't have enough money, it would concoct the most catastrophic scenario. So the health department would say that millions of patients were going to be deprived of healthcare or whatever. Is this a bleeding stump? Is this the RAF taking this opportunity to say something outrageous, because I think this is an outrageous proposal, in order that the Treasury will have to take another look at the defence budget? Simon.
I think we've
Simon,
lost
unfortunately,
him. What a shame.
Were you familiar with that expression?
No, bleeding. No, I wasn't actually.
No, I mean it is quite bad taste, but you get the similar.
Yeah.
It was absolutely standard practice. I mean, I was in the Treasury and I was in departments, and you develop a certain cynicism when you're in the Treasury because you know the tricks the departments are going to use. So, Simon, we've got Simon back, we think. I was saying to you, do you think this is the RAF coming up with a sort of catastrophic outcome in order to get more money out of the Treasury?
That is, of course, entirely possible. I mean, shroud waving is there. The Royal Navy used to do the same thing with the Royal Yacht. I mean, those things are part of the, if you like, the dialogue within Whitehall. But I think there still is a real issue. I think twice in the last month, we've had the Times coming out in editorials saying that the Chancellor needs to find, he said, a minimum of 3% of GDP to meet the current threat. And so whether you see it as an indicator of if you know, a particular project you want to save, or actually this wider argument, I think that the issue is still there. The armed forces are short of money. They have been short of money for a number of years. Faced with the range of threats we now face, particularly Putin, then I think they will use these opportunities to make that point. The aircraft could be put into light preservation. We're not very good at that, actually. It's one of the things that other nations do this. If they've got equipment that's towards the end of its life but might still have some use for it, they put it into preservation. We tend to get rid of it, and maybe there's a lesson there as well, more generally, about how we manage our defence procurement, because I think that's also a question about how we do business in the future. Our defence procurement, I think most people would agree, is actually a mess. And maybe, if you like, the end-of-life care for our equipment is part of that conversation as well.
I mean, Michael was saying that there's a lot of wastage in the Ministry of Defence. You know, the money is not going to the right places. Well, I think we actually spend quite a lot of money on defence. I mean, I was looking at my own service was the Army. I was just looking at some figures. We've got about 157 main battle tanks on our inventory of good quality battle tanks. But the Poles have got nearly 5 times that many. And their defence budget is nearly half of ours. So things getting really badly wrong in the way in which we actually run our defence is that we can end up with 157 on a good day. They have somehow like 567 main battle tanks on a good day, and on a budget that's over half ours. So I think there's a massive question mark about how the MOD uses money.
Good. Simon, you and I are in agreement on that. Thank you very much indeed. That's Simon Diggins. Yes, of course, one of the things we do is we try to buy British. And if you try to buy British, that more or less means that you only have one person you can go to, only one supplier you can go to. And guess what happens when you have a monopoly? The price goes up.
Of course. Did you feel, when you were in government, that you were fighting to get money?
Well, when I was in the Department of Defence, I was fighting to get money. And when I was Chief Secretary to the Treasury, I was fighting to stop the money going out the door.
So you have seen it from both sides.
You wear different hats on different days.
Yeah. Knife crime. Now, that is on the rise in Britain, as we all know. And in the year ending September last year, 2023, it increased by 48,716 offences. That's 5% higher compared to the year before.
In South Yorkshire, the data from the Ministry of Justice shows that 2/3 of cautions or convictions for knife crime in the area were handed to first-time offenders.
Our Yorkshire reporter Anna Riley has been to a charity-run event in Sheffield that involves young people helping to get knives off the streets.
Giving a helping hand to stop young people from carrying knives. Anthony Olasende founded charity Always an Alternative after growing up surrounded by knife crime in Sheffield. He wants to get knives off the streets of the Steel City and launched an awareness event at Showroom Cinema.
When I was 15, I saw someone get murdered. They got stabbed to death, unfortunately. But what was strange, it didn't really affect me because I was around that kind of stuff all the time growing up. Violence was normal. Every day I'm looking over my shoulder. Every day, someone's getting locked up or someone's getting injured. Surely life can't just be that. I had a few lucky escapes myself and I thought, I've actually had enough. I work more than this. This can't continue to happen. I've got kids now. I don't want to not be there for them, so I made that decision.
Keaton Naylor experienced the pain of losing a loved one to knife crime. His best friend, Louis Phillips, was stabbed to death at the age of 15 by a stranger during an unprovoked attack in South Yorkshire.
Ever since I lost my best friend, it's made me realise, well, knives really aren't needed. Like, there's so much more to life than carrying a knife, well, just a weapon in general. He was training for Barnsley Football Club. He was doing well, getting grades and that. He'd just applied for college. So he really wasn't a bad lad.
Tackling knife crime to prevent further tragedies is a priority for South Yorkshire Police.
The police are obviously doing a lot in terms of trying to identify, locate and target those individuals or gangs that are prone to violence and use guns and knives. So there's a lot of work around that. But prevention is really the more important thing. How do we stop young people?
Back at Showroom Cinema, students from a Sheffield high school produced a short film to highlight knife crime amongst teenagers.
It was really educational, and you don't understand how bad knife crime is until you're being told the figure.
You know, something like this could happen to me, could happen to anyone. It is concerning, and it is something that, that I don't want to happen.
With recent figures showing 17% of knife crime offenders in England and Wales were under 18, it's hoped schemes like this will deter children from carrying weapons. Anna Riley, GB News.
So Anna Riley's report, which was also shown earlier in the programme, has brought in some GB views. Helen says that parents should be required to do more to stop their kids carrying knives and should be prosecuted if they fail to do that. She says police could put up portable metal detectors at school gates. And she also says we must not be afraid of the fear of the race card being used. That would be a reference to the earlier discussion we had about the utility of stop and search.
And I, a few of you, I've been told I'm being a complete softie over this, and I need to get my head off the sand, out of the sand, and take off the rose-tinted glasses, says John. Knife crime is mainly because of black drug gangs at war with each other. But Brenda, because I mentioned the issue of youth clubs and boredom. Brenda, good morning. You worked in youth clubs for over 20 years where young people can meet and chill in a well-supervised environment. The club was open 7 days a week. And you say that this is the way forward, bring them back. It might not solve it, but it might just help.
Obviously, a lack of facilities is certainly not a useful thing, so more facilities. My voice is gone. I think it's time for the weather. Alex Burkill has the weather.
Hello, very good morning to you. I'm Alex Burkill here from the Met Office with your latest GB News weather update. Whilst tomorrow is going to be a drier day for many of us, it's a pretty unsettled, changeable story today. Outbreaks of showery rain could be heavy at times, some thunder mixed in, perhaps some hail, also some sleet or snow across parts of England into Wales as well. A swathe of rain making its way westwards across northern parts of Scotland, also likely to bring some hill snow here. Elsewhere though, there will be some sunny spells breaking out, but still a chilly feel to things, temperatures just about scraping into double digits perhaps, and some strong winds, especially towards the coasts. Later on, and as we go through the evening, that wet weather across northern Scotland clears away towards the west, but showery outbreaks of rain, sleet and hill snow across northern England feed into Scotland as we go through the night. Otherwise, across much of England, Wales and Northern Ireland, apart from a few coastal showers, it is going to turn largely dry, and with some clear skies, we're going to see temperatures dropping. So a few places dipping below freezing, leading to some frost in prone spots, also some fog and freezing fog patches first thing tomorrow morning. Otherwise, as we go through tomorrow, and like I said, it is a drier day for many of us. Perhaps some rain reaching Orkney and Shetland at times, and a few coastal showers around. Also, the chance of some rain affecting East Anglia. Otherwise, though, mostly fine. A good chance that we'll see some brightness breaking through and lighter winds, so although temperatures will be similar to today, it should feel less chilly.
You can do that.
Are you okay? Yes? I was saying, actually, that coughing is actually quite a common thing on air, but something I've never done, I don't know whether you ever have, is sneeze on air.
No, for some reason, I think the body stops you sneezing.
Yeah.
Maybe when you're kind of, slightly tensed up, as one would be on television, probably that stops you sneezing.
Maybe.
But unfortunately, it doesn't stop you coughing.
Oh, it's happened to me. It's happened to me a number of times, but we're okay. We're all good. Still to come here on at GB News Breakfast. Serious question this. Do you know the symptoms of PTSD? Well, a third of us apparently don't, and we'll be finding out more about that in just a moment. You're with Breakfast on GB News. Good morning with Pip and Michael.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Farage, Monday to Thursday from 7 p.m.
We're always told that there is a huge need for care workers in Britain. We're always told that the salaries just aren't big enough against the benefit system for British people to want to do that work. And there probably is some real truth in that. And yet, if up to 25% of those that come are acting illegally, and it would seem, up until now, that in some areas, foreign care workers come in, but bring in almost the same number of family members with them, that we need to have a proper debate about this. I'm very pleased to be joined by Mike Padgham, chair of the Independent Care Group. If I accept those arguments for a moment, how can it be that the system is so lax that up to 25% are found by the Inspector of Borders and Immigration to be working illegally?
Well, good evening to you, Nigel. It was good to join you. I mean, those figures are shocking to me. When I looked at it today, when I saw that 275 visas that had been issued to a care home that didn't even exist, and a further over 1,000 people joined a company that only had previously 4 staff in it, it makes me wonder the bureaucracy of the Home Office didn't think to check that these companies exist in the first place, because it should be quite straightforward. If people are providing care, they're regulated by the Care Quality Commission. It's a simple phone call to check and double check. Sadly, there seems to have been very many loopholes at the beginning. I believe that's been tightened now, but I can't understand it, because all the providers that are doing it in the proper way have to go through quite a rigmarole to actually get approved, and it takes months. So it beggars belief that this has happened and people have been approved for a company that doesn't even exist.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning and welcome back. You are watching and listening to Breakfast with Pip Thompson and Michael Portillo.
It seems that a third of us still don't understand what post-traumatic stress syndrome is. That's according to new research.
The Veterans' mental health charity, Combat Stress, found that 60% of us were able to identify symptoms, while 11% couldn't.
We're now joined by the former Army veteran and director of fundraising at Combat Stress, Robert Marsh. I was worried myself there that I couldn't necessarily identify the symptoms of combat stress. Should we just run through some of those first?
For sure. Well, most people were able to identify panic attacks, but things like anxiety, not being able to sleep, constantly or trying to avoid the trauma that caused PTSD. The other thing is that veterans also talk about hypervigilance, so that's sort of operating your whole life in a very soldierly manner. So that would mean walking down the street, looking at rooftops for snipers, looking for tripwires, and when you go into a building, working out where the exits are and trying to keep your back to a wall, those sorts of things. And that hypervigilance must be not only exhausting, but pretty frightening too.
Yeah, and how many veterans do we understand suffer from PTSD?
Yeah, that's a really, really good question. So some of the research, well, actually, being in the armed forces is protective to your mental health. That's one thing.
Right.
And we should bear in mind that for most people, serving in the armed forces is a very positive experience. And then leaving, you have a perfectly reasonable and productive civilian life. But there is a small but significant minority that still need help from people like Combat Stress. but about 7% have PTSD who leave the armed forces. But those that have served in a combat role, it jumps to about 17%.
17%. What sort of aid are you able to bring to these people? What sort of practical help?
Well, we do a variety of things. So it starts with a helpline. The helpline number is 0800 138 1619, and everybody who answers the phone is a trained counsellor, so the help starts there. So the helpline, we have loads and loads of online resources that people find very useful, and our website is combatstress.org.uk. And then through to Victor, which is our sort of intensive programme for veterans who have got complex mental health issues.
And is part of the problem that veterans don't want to admit it? They see it as weakness?
I think there are a number of things. So one is that men, and 97% of the people we look after are men, so predominantly men. A lot of men are not natural help seekers. The military male is even worse. And the culture of the military is, can do, crack on, get on with it. This is the circumstance you've got. We've just got to, do this job. And that's how the armed forces have to operate. But I think this parity of esteem between physical health and mental health is very much coming up the agenda.
Yeah.
And the military is getting much better at that. But there still is a massive stigma to saying, hello, I've got a mental health problem. So
You're the fundraiser. You must have a website. Do you want to just mention that to us as well?
Yeah, so the website is combatstress.org.uk, and what we're doing in March is that we're launching our really excellent challenge, which is a march in March. Walk, run or roll 10 miles on any one day in March. You can sign up for free, just put in a search engine, March in March, Combat Stress, and raise vital funds for veterans suffering with mental health issues.
Robert, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Still to come, Aidan is going to tell us what's happening in the sport.
Yes, indeed. We'll be looking ahead to the start of the F1 season with the Bahrain the Grand Prix just hours away. A big day of Premier League action ahead as well. And could the blue card finally be given the red card? More after the break.
(2024), a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall? Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
Headliners. Tomorrow's papers tonight. Every night from 11 p.m.
Is a debate on gender really a far-right issue?
Far right. I'm so bored of that phrase, you know what I mean? Like, anyone who talks about... anyone who acknowledges that there are two sexes is suddenly far right, because that's what Hitler and Mussolini were all about. This question from Shirley is, of course, about Labour. They've been accused of being undemocratic because they pressured a pub into cancelling a debate, and this debate features Kelly J. Keane, who's been on this show a couple of times, and she's a campaigner, and she was just on the panel, and then they got a letter saying that they couldn't do it because Kelly J. Keane apparently attracts far-right groups. Now, they've tried this trick before, but because some awful, ghastly neo-Nazi types turned up near to an event that she was holding in Australia, they kind of tried to blame that on her and suggest that the two were the same thing. They weren't. That was an opportunistic group turning up to... they're not... neo-Nazis aren't pro-feminist. They're not pro an event called Let Women Speak. That's just ridiculous.
New Zealand's TV blurred her touching her zip because they said that her touching her zip was a far-right dog whistle because she's making that symbol.
Yeah, but she wasn't making the symbol, she was just adjusting a zip.
Yeah,
and
also, this isn't a far-right symbol.
I mean, that was incredible because she obviously wasn't making that symbol anyway. She was just adjusting a top. But this New Zealand news channel blurred out the hand so that they could pretend that it was some horrible ghastly... Yeah. I mean, this is learning stuff, isn't it?
She's talked about having voted Labour in the past. She's so not far right.
But also,
I mean,
even if she were right-wing, which she isn't, why would they be banning a panel where there's a discussion about one of the most important issues of our day? What are Labour playing at here?
They're anti-democratic, aren't they? They're just kind of playing whack-a-mole with things they don't like. I think maybe I'll write to the pub and say I do want to see Kelly J. Keane there.
Yeah, but they won't listen to you
if
you
they
say that, will they?
Won't.
Because you've got the unfashionable opinion, Chris.
Well, and the unfashionable workplace.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQ's Live here on GB News. Every Wednesday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions when Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer go head-to-head in the House of Commons.
We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQ's Live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
Hello, welcome back. You are watching and listening to Breakfast on GB News with Pip Thompson and Michael Portillo.
And it's time to go through the latest sports news. Aidan McGee is back with us. Marvellous to see you. Now, you wanted to continue to talk about F1.
Yeah, but I wanted to do it outside of Christian Horner. We discussed him last hour. We'll do it again. It's a big day for the start of the season, and it's in Bahrain. We know all the scandal that's going on around it, but let's not ignore the sport on the track. I think it's a big time for the sport itself. It's become quite processional, Pip, in the last few years. Max Verstappen has firmly established himself as the lead, the stellar name in the sport. He's usurped Lewis Hamilton, no question about that. Lewis Hamilton doesn't start with Ferrari until next season. So let's see what he can do this year. His last couple of seasons especially have been beset by problems with his car at Mercedes, and I think ultimately that's what's forced his move. And it kind of got a bit kind of tiresome listening to him every single race complain about the car. They finished 5th last season. Meanwhile, Max Verstappen, there was that awesome race 3 years ago, wasn't it, in 2021, where it went right down to the final lap and it amid lots of controversy. Since then, Max Verstappen has gone on to establish himself as the number one. Now, I hope it's not processional this time. He won 22 out of 23 races, but it was barely worth a mention week by week in the various races because everyone knew what was going to happen. And so I think that Lewis Hamilton, at the age of 39, took the decision to move, although this won't happen until next year. He probably realises that with 7 Drivers' Championships under his belt, he believes time's running out to get those final 2. He has said this weekend that in qualifying, his car was much improved. His teammate George Russell said much the same thing. We'll see if that comes to pass, although George Russell did say that Max Verstappen is still out in front, and if somebody says that, yes, OK, it puts pressure on the person out in front, but it kind of leads me to think, oh no, we're going to see another season just like this one. So away from the controversy, it could be quite interesting on the track. Well, we hope it will be, but I suspect that next season might be the one where we see a real battle on the track again. Back to how it was.
Marvellous exposition. I understood every word of that. But what I don't immediately understand are these 2 words, Kane Payne. What would that mean?
Kane Payne, well, Harry Kane is England captain, of course. He was at Tottenham for many years. He was famous for performing extremely well on the pitch, but not winning any trophies. So last summer, he moved to Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich, Michael, is a stellar legacy club. They're the one club you go to, Pip, aren't they, where you're guaranteed to win trophies. They've won the last 11 Bundesliga titles. The problem is that Harry Kane has gone there in the summer. He scored plenty of goals, don't get me wrong, but they drew last night against Freiburg, who are a mid-table Bundesliga side. They don't historically win anything, and the draw leaves them 7 points behind Bayer Leverkusen, who, again, haven't won the Bundesliga title for years. I mean, they're known as Bayer Leverkusen because they never win anything. So if Bayer Leverkusen win their match this weekend, they're 10 points ahead of Bayern Munich. And you start to wonder, given the fact that Harry Kane missed some chances last night as well, is he a jinx on every club he goes to? Because, I mean, you know, if you go there, the 1 year you go to this club and they doesn't... I mean, if I'm 10 points back and we're in March now, it looks very, very difficult for Bayern Munich to be able to retrieve that situation. Is he the player you don't want playing for you if you want to win trophies?
How long is his contract there?
I think it's 4 years.
Right.
So, I mean, he's 30 now, I think he is. I mean, he's got the Euros coming up. And don't get me wrong, I mean, I don't think they're not performing because of him. There are problems with the coach in other areas of the side. But, I don't know, I'm starting to wonder whether Harry Kane, as much as I love him, is a bit of a jinx on this side.
I feel Kane's pain.
Do you?
I absolutely do. Still to come. A police force in Manchester recruits its biggest horse. Find out more after this. That's next. This is Breakfast with GB News with Pip and Michael.
From 10 a.m. every Saturday, we want to make you think and we want to make you laugh.
So we will give you all the top stories.
Now we start with a story that has shocked the nation this week.
But we're also going to make it light and fun and bring some entertainment in to make your Saturday morning nice and restful.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Headliners. Tomorrow's papers tonight, every night from 11 p.m.
Welcome back to Headliners. And Paul, we're going to get straight into Monday's mail for some good old-fashioned, traditional male breastfeeding.
Yeah. To answer the question, what is the latest woke hell, Josh? Row as hospitals say hormone-filled milk from trans women who were born male is just as good for a baby as the real thing. It's possible for men, if they pump themselves full of estrogen, to grow larger breast tissue, and they often do. If
or you just eat lots of burgers.
Exhibit A. And once you've done that, it is actually then possible to express or lactate a liquid. Okay. If to that liquid you then add another load of pills, medication, chemicals, whatever, that lactation juice can be fed to a baby.
We don't really... This is not for the sake of the baby. The baby has no benefits from this whatsoever. The studies are very weak on it. It's a bit worrying because, you know, when hospitals started indulging in homeopathy and having, the NHS had homeopathic hospitals, that was worrying because they're supposed to be a trusted authority. And before saying something like this, there should be an awful lot of study done.
I want to shame this hospital. This is
whether it's necessary.
University Hospital Sussex NHS Foundation Trust. That's who it is. And they have written one of the stupidest sentences I have read aloud in the 2 years that I've been privileged to do this show. It says, the term human milk is meant to be neutral and not gender biased.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
That's incredible.
Yep.
Oh, my God, we're laughing at you.
I mean, and as someone says here, babies are not props. And that's the scary thing. And when we're not focusing primarily on the health of a baby.
No, but the feeling of a person doing it rather than... It's a bit of an odd way to go, isn't it? So...
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. Welcome back to Breakfast. We are talking this morning about some of the sounds that make you nostalgic. Those sounds from the 80s, the 90s, the noughties. Thank you for all your thoughts. And Michael has been doing the sounds for us. A very good job.
Marie says, what about the sound of records dropping down onto a record deck and the arm moving to play them? So that's kind of...
Hey, you'd make a great club DJ doing a bit of that.
Waking up to the milk float in the morning. Do you want to have a go at that? I would say it's something like...
Do you know, I'm such a deep sleeper. I'd never hear that.
And someone says here that it's Peter. Peter says, I miss the sound of the voice of Margaret Thatcher. Well... Peter, all you had to do was ask. Ask. Do you get it? You just had to ask.
Wonderful. Love that.
Oh, you recognise that?
Love that.
Good.
Yeah, thank you for that suggestion, Peter. That was gold. And what about the Windows startup tune, says Alan. Don't know if it still exists, but I haven't heard it in years on my laptop.
It makes this little beaming sound.
Yes.
I do remember it. I do remember.
Okay.
And Sean reminds us that the telephone box sound, which you were talking about, Michael, was called the pips.
Yes, but something else was called the pips, because we used to have a thing called the speaking clock. And you rang a number, and it would say, at the third stroke, the time will be 8 o'clock precisely. Beep, beep, beep. At the third stroke, the time will be 8 o'clock and 10 seconds. Beep, beep, beep. And believe it or not, that's how we knew what the time was.
Honestly, you're loving this morning, aren't you?
I'm having a great
Trip
morning.
down
Thank you
memory
very much.
lane.
Yes.
Impersonating Margaret Thatcher. Did she ever hear your impersonation?
Oh, gosh. Did she once come in the room when I was doing one?
No, did she?
We were doing them all the time.
That would have been a moment. OK, we're going to go through what is making the news. Writer and podcaster Lewis Oakley and showbiz reporter Stephanie Tecci are here. Lewis, first of all, have you got a sound?
Probably the internet modem.
Oh,
that
good.
sound that used to come through I can't do it, but it was like that screeching, that da-da-da-da-da-da, as you connected to the internet back in 1998.
God.
Stephanie, big change of tone now.
Yes.
Tone.
Yes.
We're going to be talking about the Navalny funeral, which must have been a deeply impressive event, mustn't it?
It was, and I'm so glad he got the hero's funeral he deserved in Russia, because there was many reports that were coming out that whether he was even going to, whether his body would be able to be returned back to Russia, and then apparently his mother was told that she would have to do a small funeral, nothing, state-like, and it seems like thousands of Russians have defied this.
What brave people.
Definitely brave, because 400 people did get arrested for laying flowers outside the church in Moscow, and even his team had a problem trying to find a church that will carry out the funeral, just over fears of repercussions that could happen. But it seems like it was a very heartfelt funeral. As I said, thousands of Russians of people did come by. Unfortunately, his wife and his children couldn't attend the funeral. But
they risk arrest, don't they? They return to Russia.
But the wife said that she will continue, his legacy and his honour. But they were together for 26 years. So she was like, I don't know how I'm going to do life without you.
I'm just speechless in admiration of Navalny. I mean, how can anyone be that brave to resist the dictator, to argue against him, to make the case, to be poisoned, to go back to Russia, to certain imprisonment, and to perish in jail? What an incredibly brave
To be
man.
honest, I think he's a bigger threat being dead now.
He's a political martyr, isn't he now?
Yeah, he is, and I think the thousands of Russians of people who came out, there's probably more, and I think he's changed the mood of the country ahead of the elections. I don't know if it will be able to change anything in terms of Putin, getting back in power again, but definitely Navalny has left his dent on Russian.
You almost wonder what the takeout is. I think that's the thing. What comes next now? And obviously, when this happens, we had a lot of world leaders saying, this won't fly, we will deal with it. Well, I haven't really seen a lot of action there, so maybe it is the Russian people and those thousands of brave people that have gone out onto the streets, and what that might inspire the optimist in me would say.
Lewis, you have found a story about OpenAI, which is something, again, that I don't understand. And does it have a sound effect?
You know what? It doesn't have a sound effect. Maybe that's something they should invest in. So, OpenAI owns ChatGPT. So for anyone that doesn't know what that is, it's basically a generative AI where you can type in things like, I've received a parking fine. Could you write me an email that argues against why I shouldn't pay it, and it will just write it for you. And it's pretty good. A few tweaks here and there. So there's a lot you can do with it. But basically, Elon Musk is now suing OpenAI, the parent company, because he invested in the company at the beginning, and he said, well, hold on. When we set out to do this, it was to, give AI as a benefit to the public. It was going to be freely available, and now you're using it to make a profit. So there's two ways to look at this. The cynic would say, well, Elon Musk has seen the money they're making and thinks, give me some of that because I invested. But the optimist would say, well, he's trying to safeguard. And Elon Musk has been really anti-AI for a long time because no one can really predict the impact it's going to have. We obviously are already having fears of, well, it will replace people's jobs. Where is AI going to lead?
And there's a huge fear about it as we approach the election, how much AI will be used there.
Clips of, Rishi Sunak saying how much he hates a certain demographic of people, and will there be time to disprove that actually this was just created by AI? So it is something we need to be savvy about in this year of, more elections than we've ever had, that this will probably crop up. You'll hear voice notes, you'll hear videos of people doing outrageous things because it's all been generated, and it'll be convincing. So I think it's just we all have to be a bit more cynical, like we are with social media. You don't see something on social media and take it for for granted. You have to go to an official
Well, I don't
source.
know. A lot of people swallow a huge amount of disinformation on social media, don't they?
Well, then that's the fear of AI, because it's not being regulated and it seems like it's just got free rein at the moment. And to be honest, I just think, you know, a bit like Michael, people are just not aware of AI and the possibilities of it. And I think what's quite scary about it is the fact that people can just put anything out there now, and people don't know what's real and what's fake anymore.
I think the problem is that governments are now talking about legislating, but I almost think you can't really legislate for something when it hasn't finished sort of evolving. What are you legislating for? I think that what they could do is bring in a bit of a watermark, though. If you are generating images or videos with AI and it has a little generated by AI at the bottom, that might go a little bit of a way into kind of dispelling some of the disinformation side of it. But I'm optimistic about AI, I have to say.
I'm not. I've seen too many robot films, and they always take over.
But humans always beat the robots in those films, so...
Stephanie, let's talk about mobility scooters. Involved in crashes almost every day, more than 100 seriously hurt and 9 killed in a year.
Yeah,
the latest
data
startling
is
data.
Shocking, yeah. You would tend to think that they're safe on the streets because obviously they're for elderly people or people who need them. But the data is shocking, and there are calls now that maybe potentially people should be trained on how to use mobility scooters, and maybe they might need a licence, because they're saying that these accidents are going to start rising up in numbers at the moment, and without the training, they are causing a risk to people who aren't on mobility schemes, on scooters. And the government has only put £90,000 towards training, and people are calling for more money towards it.
So at the moment, can you get in a mobility scooter and drive it straight away?
Drive it straight away without a licence or anything. And if you think about it, if you're driving a car or anything else, you've got a licence, so why not for a mobility scooter?
I'm conflicted on that one, though, because what you then say that, well, there'll be people that won't get their licence, and if you're in your 80s or hard to get around, and then all of a sudden that lifeline to the outside world is taken away, that
creates it's an obstacle.
That's quite and I do have children. I don't want them to be run over by these things. I'm already so worried about the scooters that people zoom around on when I'm walking around with a double pram. And now, after reading this story, I'm going to be even more terrified of old people on mobility scooters. But I do have a bit of empathy here. You know, I've seen old people that really struggle to get around. This is a bit of a lifeline for them, so I wouldn't want to over-regulate it.
Lewis, we're running out of time.
Right.
You want to say something about equality, but leave yourself time to talk about a horse.
Well, it's
just jump straight to the horse.
There's been an equality survey, which I think is quite interesting, which is basically saying that now half of Brits are basically saying that we're being a bit unfair to men, basically. It's a global study. And I think that actually there has been a bit of a sea change, because we've had years of talking about things aren't fair for women and we need to correct that, which we do. But actually it seems like men, and in particular young boys, have been lost. And I think that what's been the biggest fright to people is that those young boys have turned to people like Andrew Tate. And now I think people are saying, oh my goodness, let's stop that. But
let's turn to the horse.
So, Michael, what is the horse story, Michael?
I believe the word flatulence might help you here. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm surprised what I can say about this. So there is a giant horse in Manchester that is the largest they've ever had in the force there, and it keeps farting, and that's dispersing. I can say those words. It's dispersing, people that are misbehaving, and I really love soft power, don't you? They haven't got to get their batons out or anything. Just park this horse near the people that are being disruptive and let it do its thing.
So the size of it.
I'm not impressed. There must be something wrong with its diet or something. It's
6'2", which is the largest horse that's ever served, I believe.
It's a perfectly normal bodily function, Stephanie.
Yeah. I know. I get funny even when humans fart around me, let alone a horse.
Well, that's the whole point. You won't be misbehaving if this horse is nearby. You'll be ducking for cover.
Let it appear on the record that I tried to introduce the word flatulence so that we could avoid what has happened ever since.
I think Ofcom are all right with that word, though.
Are they? Yeah. Well,
it's on the front page, so...
Oh, yes. You were quoting...
Different rules for newspapers.
Don't strike me down.
OK. Lewis,
Where do you want to go from here? Imitate the horse of a sound of a horse with flatulence, Michael?
Not. We thank Lewis and we thank Stephanie, and we go to the weather with Alex Burkill.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, very good morning to you. I'm Alex Burkill here from the Met Office with your latest GB News weather update. Whilst tomorrow is going to be a drier day for many of us, it's a pretty unsettled, changeable story today. Outbreaks of showery rain could be heavy at times, some thunder mixed in, perhaps some hail, also some sleet or snow across parts of England into Wales as well. A swathe of rain making its way westwards across northern parts of Scotland, also likely to bring some hill snow here. Elsewhere though, there will be some sunny spells breaking out, but still a chilly feel to things, temperatures just about scraping into double digits perhaps, and some strong winds, especially towards the coasts. Later on, and as we go through the evening, that wet weather across northern Scotland clears away towards the west, but showery outbreaks of rain, sleet and hill snow across northern England feed into Scotland as we go through the night. Otherwise, across much of England, Wales and Northern Ireland, apart from a few coastal showers, it is going to turn largely dry, and with some clear skies, we're going to see temperatures dropping. So a few places dipping below freezing, leading to some frost in prone spots, also some fog and freezing fog patches first thing tomorrow morning. Otherwise, as we go through tomorrow, and like I said, it is a drier day for many of us. Perhaps some rain reaching Orkney and Shetland at times, and a few coastal showers around. Also, the chance of some rain affecting East Anglia. Otherwise, though, mostly fine. A good chance that we'll see some brightness breaking through and lighter winds, so although temperatures will be similar to today, it should feel less chilly.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg and this is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday from 8 p.m.
You're now in exile. I imagine it wouldn't be safe for you to go back to Russia. Can I ask you if you feel safe personally, and what do you think can be done to remove Putin, or is he going to be there for as long as he wants?
I think that is, of course, fundamental question. It is there should be pressure inside Russia and outside. Inside Russia right now, it's impossible because Putin put all leaders in jail and some of us just abroad. You know, just two were already killed. Mr. Nemtsov, Boris Nemtsov, my friend, my collaborator on my party, was killed on the walls on Kremlin. Alexei Navalny was killed in jail and in the camp. And that is, the people live in fear to identify themselves as protesters, to identify themselves as against Putin's regime, etc. That's why today there is no chance for opposition to rise inside Russia. But outside, of course, this war against Ukraine, that is the fundamental issue for all foreign leaders. And in fact, just support of Ukraine and not to let Putin to destroy Ukraine, to defeat Ukraine. That is an important issue because just Ukraine, that's not just in Ukraine, war in Ukraine. Ukraine just fighting for their territorial integrity, but fighting for the whole European countries because after Ukraine, other countries could appear, other subject of aggression could be, and Putin easily could try to test Article 5 of NATO Charter. It could be one of the small countries of Baltic states.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From 10 a.m. every Saturday, we want to make you think and we want to make you laugh.
So we will give you all the top stories.
Now we start with a story that has shocked the nation this week.
But we're also going to make it light and fun and bring some entertainment in to make your Saturday morning nice and restful.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. It is 8 o'clock on Saturday, the 2nd of March. Today,
I fear that our great achievement in building the world's most successful multi-ethnic, multi-faith democracy is being deliberately undermined. There are forces here at home trying to tear us apart.
The Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, issues a stark warning claiming that extremists are trying to undermine democracy, and he calls for the country to unite.
why has the RAF retired 30 highly capable jets used to defend the country from foreign aggressors such as Vladimir Putin?
A charity in South Yorkshire aims to tackle the scourge of knife crime across the county by creating short films depicting the issue. We hear from those who have been affected.
I was 15, I saw someone get murdered. They got stabbed to death, unfortunately. But what was strange, it didn't really affect me because I was around that kind of stuff all the time growing up. Violence was normal.
The creators of a West End play could U-turn on plans to hold black-only evenings following criticism from Number 10.
Speculation mounts over the health of the Princess of Wales, so we will be asking, is it time for the royal family to be more open with us?
Good morning. In F1, Red Bull chief Christian Horner is under intense scrutiny ahead of the Bahrain Grand Prix this afternoon as Max Verstappen takes pole on the eve of the new season. It's a big day of Premier League action too, and could it be a red card for the blue card? More later.
Morning. It's another chilly day and watch out for some hefty showery rain as well as a bit of snow. Tomorrow, though, brings better news if it's drier weather you're after. I'll have the details shortly.
Good morning, I'm Pip Thompson.
Good morning, I'm Michael Portillo, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Lovely to have your company this morning and lovely to have all your messages about your favourite nostalgic sounds. Now, Michael's been doing some of them, but we're going to give him a break. We're going to have a listen to some of the old classics another way. Bit of a clue by the image if you're watching us, but that was, of course, a VHS tape being slotted in.
And it just took its time, didn't it? It went in slowly and then it went down. Well, you heard the sound a moment ago. Yeah, very good. What's the next one?
Now, this is such a good quiz if you're on radio this morning. Any thoughts? It's a classic.
Oh, it's an easy one, that one.
The rotary phone.
Yes. I had a more old-fashioned one, sort of didn't I? Yes, but yes.
It's strange because, I mean, when did we use those phones? 80s? And I can still remember my home telephone numbers.
Oh, of course, absolutely.
From when I was a child using those.
Now, here's one we were unable to bring you earlier because we couldn't remember what it was.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Of course. Yeah. I had a go earlier and my impression was completely wrong.
So this is a brand name. That is the ringtone of a Nokia.
Here it is. Oh, no. But hopefully that's brought back some memories for you. And there's one for you, Michael, here from Andy Meads.
Yes.
The distant whistle of a steam locomotive in the dead of night.
Oh, that's more like 1920s, actually. But anyway.
He says it's
difficult to create that sense
Can you
of
imagine
distance.
if somebody's just tuning in this morning to see you doing that? They're like, what is going on? But the distant sound of a steam locomotive is apparently, says Andy, hauntingly beautiful.
Oh, yes, I agree with that.
Thank you for all your thoughts this morning. Do keep your favourite sounds coming in. gbviews@gbnews.com. Now, Rishi Sunak, last night, Friday evening, in the pouring rain, he gave a speech. Some of us thought, oh, is he going to announce the date of a general election? But no, what he did was claim that democracy is under threat from extremism in the wake of Hamas's October the 7th attack on Israel.
In a speech which was directed to the nation, he said there are forces here at home which are trying to tear us apart, and we can hear part of that speech.
I fear that our great achievement in building the world's most successful multi-ethnic, multi-faith democracy is being deliberately undermined. There are forces here at home trying to tear us apart. On too many occasions recently, our streets have been hijacked by small groups who are hostile to our values and have no respect for our democratic traditions. Threats of violence and intimidation are alien to our way of doing things. They must be resisted at all times.
We are joined now by former UKIP Deputy Chair and political commentator Suzanne Evans, welcome, and former Labour advisor Kevin Murr. So, Suzanne, we've had a number of views about the utility of this speech. Was it a good thing to do? Was it a good thing to do it in Downing Street rather than the House of Commons? What are your views on the quality of the speech and the place where it was delivered and the time of the delivery?
Frankly, Michael, I don't really care where he did it, but I was thinking about the lack of quality in it. I have to say I was furious, actually, when I heard the speech, because, he's finally waken up to this threat that some of us have been talking about for decades. And what's he going to do about it? There was nothing in that speech. He talked about, a robust new framework. Oh, the jihadis must be quaking in their boots. I was absolutely horrified. Here we have a Prime Minister leading a Conservative government that for 13 years has had the ability to do something about terrorism and extremism in this country, and actually in many senses by continuing to push a flawed doctrine of multiculturalism, basically saying that we can invite anyone from all over the world, wherever they come from, whatever lack of British values or they may have, they can carry on behaving in exactly the same way when they're here. It's not about multi-ethnicity. It's not about having a vibrant, diverse country. This is the specific philosophy of multiculturalism, which says you can come here, but you don't have to fit in. He's sacked two people who have been warning about this. Suella Braverman, the former Home Secretary, and he's removed the whip from Lee Anderson, the MP who's been talking about this too. It's hard to take this man seriously. He comes out, he makes a grand, fine speech with some fine words, but his actions, I'm afraid, if you're going to judge politicians by their actions rather than their words, on every count, Sunak has failed and the Conservative government has failed on this.
Well, some would suggest that the parts of what he said was quite tough. I mean, he was talking about deporting people, rescinding the visas of those who are protesting in an extreme manner. And also, when it comes to Suella Braverman and Lee Anderson comments, and on the far left as well, there is a suggestion that that sort of rhetoric does not help matters and is also divisive, Kevin Murr.
It is. I mean, it struck me as slightly unusual. I think when the Prime Minister comes out to the lectern at Downing Street, you kind of always expect the worst, and you expect certainly the holder of that office to come out there and encapsulate the problem that they're talking about. And I don't think Rishi Sunak managed to achieve that last night. It wasn't abundantly clear what he's talking about. He's talking in code. He's talking about very dramatic issues, but he's not managing to quantify them. I mean, the first challenge, obviously, in fixing any political problem is to be able to quantify what that problem is. And Rishi Sunak, I think, completely failed to do that. It's not clear to me, and I suspect it's not clear to the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police or his officers, what they're supposed to do differently today than they were supposed to do differently before Rishi Sunak made that announcement.
Yeah, you're referring to him saying about police must just not about just managing, it's also about policing. That was quite a veiled threat in some ways.
Kevin, given your criticism, why was it that Keir Starmer was so supportive?
I don't know. Again, what is the specific problem that we're talking about? We seem to be talking a lot about a mood, a vibe in the country, a kind of slightly incoherent problem. But let's look at the other end of the evidence scale. You know, how many people are being convicted at these protests or marches? How many people have been arrested? You know, how much damage is being done at these marches? Now there's a lot of anger clearly in the country about what's going on in Gaza. That's legitimate. A legitimate form of protest. There's obviously an underlying issue with Islamism in this country and its expression, and its malignant expression, and often it bolts itself onto perfectly legitimate political grievances. That specific problem needs to genuinely be addressed. But I mean, Suzanne, in a sense, makes the point. You know, Rishi Sunak's government has been the weakest on immigration that we've ever seen in this country, and has incorporated an awful lot of this problem in recent years and done very, very little about it. The substance of what Rishi Sunak said within this kind of confection of kind of, you know, half measures and kind of elliptical points was about redoubling prevent. Now, you know, it strikes me then it has prevent failed. Is that what he's saying? Because I mean, if we're going to do a review of something, clearly it isn't working. A crackdown on campus again. We've heard this promise for the last 4 or 5 years about crackdowns on campus activities and the right of free speech and to students to avoid being intimidated. Again, what's happened? Why have we not seen some deliverable action on that point? And if the issue is about people coming into this country to cause problems, then stop them coming in. I mean, you know, Rishi Sunak's got the worst record on immigration of any prime minister in British history. So you know, start looking a little bit closer to home, Rishi.
Let's give Suzanne a chance to come back. Suzanne, a number of our viewers this morning have been saying that they thought it was really positive that the Prime Minister had made this speech. And those viewers might criticise you for saying, well, all right, you've got a thing about Rishi Sunak, you think he's failed, but, you know, shouldn't there be celebration about someone who has turned a corner here and is now putting forward a clear and positive vision? That would be the criticism of what you've said, Suzanne.
Yeah, of course, we have to move forward. We are where we are. It's no good crying over spilt milk. But the fact is, he really hasn't yet outlined very much about what he's going to do here. And I do understand viewers who say, yes, finally he's woken up. Great, he has woken up. But the problem is now so much more difficult to solve. I unfortunately got caught up in the very first hate march. I think they are hate marches on our streets on a Saturday. The atmosphere was horrendous. I'd had lunch with Jewish friends. The march went past. They felt intimidated. It was obvious to some of us what was going to happen here, and I can't quite understand why it's taken the authorities so long to wake up to this. The police, the clear evidence of two-tier policing here, you know, allowing anti-Semitic slogans to be beamed onto the House of Commons being the pinnacle, perhaps, of this. So there's a huge amount now to do. And, you know, we all know when a genie is out of the bottle, and this genie is well and truly out of the bottle, it's nigh on impossible to put it back in. So I feel intense frustration that there have been warnings over many decades about this growing threat to British country and the British values. And now it's going to be a very hard job to actually, as I say, challenge it. We've had this long march through the institutions, through our police forces, through our universities, through all kinds of institutions, this left-wing, pro-Islamist ideology. It's going to be very hard to crack down on it. I want to see his plans. I want to see what he is going to do about it. But, you know, just a simple fact, he's tried to stop the boats. He's failed absolutely on that. Again and again, we've seen legal challenges. If he can't even get that right, and we have a situation where we have had nearly 117,000 people come in on small boats, and we don't know what their backgrounds are since 2018.
They've gone down again, Suzanne. They have dropped again.
But bear in mind, though, that our army is only 77,000 people. And yet we have allowed so many people in. We don't know their backgrounds. We don't know their intentions. My goodness, he's got a heck of a job on his hand, and I'm not sure he's the man to do it. I don't think he's tough enough for this job.
Kevin, final word from you?
I'm just struck by the reference that he used to some communities living parallel lives, and this is the kind of phraseology that was used in the Ritchie report into the disturbances in Oldham back in 2001, I think it was, 2002 perhaps. I mean, you know, 20 years where we've had a kind of an issue and a problem with you know, elements of our society clearly not in tune with the majority of our society, if I can put it like that. And here we are 20 years later, and we've still got this problem. You know, so you know, I just struck me Rishi Sunak's address last night that lacked substance, and I think it's probably just reflective of the fact that he's got a few weeks or a few months left in 10 Downing Street, and he's just kind of firing off random, kind of incoherent thoughts at this stage. You know, there's no substance there at all.
One thing it did do was knock George Galloway off the front pages today.
Well, perhaps so. I mean, it strikes me if that's the objective, then again, I mean, it doesn't really say much where the government is at the moment. But if that's its priority,
I have to say, I think it's quite astonishing that it's taken the election of George Galloway to make him wake up. I'm afraid there have been far more worrying things happening in our society than that. It's quite astonishing.
Thank you both.
Yeah, former UKIP Deputy Chair and political commentator Suzanne Evans and former Labour advisor Kevin Murr. Appreciate your thoughts this morning. Now, we want to talk to you about the budget. The spring budget is next Wednesday, and in the evening, we're going to have a special live programme from Whitehaven in Cumbria dissecting Jeremy Hunt's spring budget. You can be part of the audience as Michelle Dewberry and Nigel Farage broadcast live. And if you're watching, the details are on your screen now.
The Royal Air Force has sparked fury after announcing that it will retire 30 quick reaction alert jets used to protect British skies from potential attacks. The aircraft are going to be grounded despite only completing 40% of their predicted flying hours in a move that has been likened to scrapping Spitfires before the Battle of Britain. Well, Sean Bell, who is a military analyst, joins us in the studio. Sean, we've discussed this a couple of times this morning. One thought was that what is going on here is that the Royal Air Force is putting forward a sort of catastrophe in order to draw attention to what it claims would be a lack of funding ahead of the budget. Do you think that may be what's going on here?
Absolutely not, no. Unfortunately, I was a fighter pilot in the Air Force. I actually was fortunate enough to fly Typhoons themselves. Amazingly capable aeroplane. But you might remember going back that the Typhoon actually saw its gestation before the end of the Cold War. And after the Cold War, politicians thought there'd be some sort of peace dividend, and therefore the whole Typhoon programme was changed. The original tranche of Typhoons that came off a production line were air defence Typhoons. In other words, they were very good at height, fighting the enemy, firing missiles long distance. The next two tranches that came off, because the world's requirements have changed, were multi-role. They could do bombing as well as fire missiles. So those early tranche ones, we're about to become the only nation that actually operates those aircraft. It only does one job. It doesn't do lots of jobs.
I thought you said it did two jobs. Which is the one job?
It's the air defence role. In other words,
isn't air defence exactly what we might need?
Well, we also need ground attack as well. Our aircraft are currently across in Falkland Islands. They do quick reaction alert north and south. Also in Cyprus, they've been bombing the Houthis as well. So back in my day when we were flying jets, we had Jaguars, Tornadoes, all doing different specific roles. Technology has advanced so much now that you can have one aircraft that can do multi-role. And the challenge, unfortunately, our chief is not stupid. He would want to keep hold of as many jets as possible. The harsh reality is these jets now are expensive to maintain. They've become a bespoke fleet. They can only do one part of the fast jet role, and therefore, if you are in a financially constrained environment, which everybody is at the moment, it's the right answer for them to go. It pains me to say it, but it does appear to be the right decision.
So when it's compared to scrapping Spitfires before the Battle of Britain, do you find that a little bit OTT?
One of the things that I think we, the media, have been very unhelpful at times is threatening World War III, that we're on the brink of some massive world war and therefore we need to bolster all our armed forces.
But where do you think we're at?
Well, there is a very distinct argument, I have to say, that when I was in the Ministry of Defence, we had two threats, the China threat and the Russia threat, that drove defence spending. If you actually look at Russia's military capability today, it's had 300,000 casualties involved and more involved in the war in Ukraine. It's lost most of its main battle tanks. It is not going to be in any fit state to mount a major operation into a European country anytime soon. So from a threat to this country, many would argue the actual threats come down as a result of what it has done in Ukraine. Now, in the fullness of time, I absolutely take the point, but we've got to...
The counter-argument is that Russia has now put its economy on a war footing, and we certainly have not.
No, it has, but as you well know, I mean, Russia sustained growth last year of 3.6%. It's the only economy in Europe, US, that beat all of them. But actually, how did it do it? It did it because it's spending a huge amount of its own resources on defence spending. That is not sustainable in the longer term. Yes, it's got a war footing. Yes, it has to do that to create the arms, the weapons to prevail in Ukraine. But it's not a sustainable model.
See, sorry, Michael, I was just going to mention the former Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace. He says this is about hollowing out of the military, and he's extremely concerned by it.
I think there's some really interesting... I mean, I'm a taxpayer like the rest of us. We have to make choices in this country. I was interested to see Grant Shapps talk in the shadows of Margaret Thatcher, talking about how we live in a more dangerous world than we ever have before. And yet, in Margaret Thatcher's day, it was 4% of GDP we spent on defence. Now it's 2%. When asked about, well, will you go up to 4%? He went, well, it's also how we spend our money. But we have choices. You know only too well. We have choice in this country. Do we spend our money on NHS and stuff like that? As a former military guy, of course I'd want to see more money spent on defence. But, and there's a huge but here, I also live in a country where our NATO provides most of our defensive capability. 11 out of the 31 countries pay their way. The others don't. I think we should be pushing more pressure on them.
I was fantasising, Sean, that I was still Defence Secretary and I was listening to your pitch. And I was thinking that I was unconvinced by your pitch on the typhoons. But, of course, if I were Defence Secretary and you were making a pitch, I would give you longer to continue to make the pitch. And that will have to be another day. We're so grateful to you for coming in and putting that point.
Thank you.
Military analyst Sean Bell. Time, I think, to look at the weather again. And you guessed it, it's Alex Burkill. Lovely. Thank you so much.
Hello, very good morning to you. I'm Alex Burkill here from the Met Office with your latest GB News weather update. Whilst tomorrow is going to be a drier day for many of us, it's a pretty unsettled, changeable story today. Outbreaks of showery rain could be heavy at times, some thunder mixed in, perhaps some hail, also some sleet or snow across parts of England into Wales as well. A swathe of rain making its way westwards across northern parts of Scotland, also likely to bring some hill snow here. Elsewhere though, there will be some sunny spells breaking out, but still a chilly feel to things, temperatures just about scraping into double digits perhaps, and some strong winds, especially towards the coasts. Later on, and as we go through the evening, that wet weather across northern Scotland clears away towards the west, but showery outbreaks of rain, sleet and hill snow across northern England feed into Scotland as we go through the night. Otherwise, across much of England, Wales and Northern Ireland, apart from a few coastal showers, it is going to turn largely dry, and with some clear skies, we're going to see temperatures dropping. So a few places dipping below freezing, leading to some frost in prone spots, also some fog and freezing fog patches first thing tomorrow morning. Otherwise, as we go through tomorrow, like I said, it is a drier day for many of us. Perhaps some rain reaching Orkney and Shetland at times, and a few coastal showers around. Also, the chance of some rain affecting East Anglia. Otherwise, though, mostly fine. A good chance that we'll see some brightness breaking through and lighter winds, so although temperatures will be similar to today, it should feel less chilly.
Well, hopefully the weather won't be too bad for you wherever you are this weekend. Thank you for all your views. We're getting plenty coming in on Rishi Sunak's speech last night. Andy says it may have been tough talk, but we've heard rhetoric from him before. He never does what he says.
It looks to be just, I mean, this is not scientific at all, but it looks as if it's turning against the Prime Minister now. The first batch of messages we had were very supportive of the PM, these less so. Christine, for example, says, I had to laugh out loud with anguish while listening to the Prime Minister's speech. Whose fault is it, Rishi? Your government's inadequacy. That's telling us.
And David, of course democracy's under threat, and it's not just from extremists. Remember just a few years ago when supposedly honourable MPs tried to overturn the democratic decision to leave the European Union.
David says, of course, democracy is under threat, and it's not just from extremists. I've just read that one. Oh, yeah. So you did.
Let's go for another one. We've got quite a few here. Liz says, Rishi, he's all mouth and no trousers, telling us not to take the law into our own hands. Thank you for all your thoughts. gbviews@gbnews.com. Plenty more still to come. You're with Breakfast with Pip and Michael.
From 10 a.m. every Saturday, we want to make you think and we want to make you laugh.
So we will give you all the top stories.
Now we start with a story that has shocked the nation this week.
But we're also going to make it light and fun and bring some entertainment in to make your Saturday morning nice and restful.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Nana Queer, weekends from 3 p.m.
Sadiq Khan, 6.3 million on a virtue signal, loading lines. Why is he spending the people's money in this way? And why is nobody saying anything? I want to hear from Suzanne Hall, the potential Conservative candidate, or Howard Cox, the potential Reform candidate who could potentially take this off Sadiq Khan. Why are they not speaking? This is ridiculous.
Well, it was sprung on everybody. Did you know about that?
I didn't know about it.
Nobody knows. So they're spending this money. They're spending £6.3 million, and no one knew about it. Where's the press? Where are the public consultations? No one knew. I think it's a good idea to rename the train lines, because all these train lines are there are like 4 of them, 6 of them, whatever, and they're all going all these different directions. And you tell someone to come, and you don't even know the name.
Yeah, but 6.3 million. Listen, if you want to give me 6.3 million to come up with some virtue signalling lines, I'd like to know which advertising agency he employed to do this, how long it took him, and why he's even done it in the first place. Why has he done this?
He has done this with the virtue signalling because he's part of Team World. He's Rishi Sunak. It's this whole concept is every inclusiveness. There is no country. Nobody's English. Our own history is bad. Not my history, but whatever. The English history is bad. And it's a denial of history. It's Orwellian or something. Yeah. Not that I know about.
I think it's an absolute absurdity that Sadiq Khan should be doing that. He's got a knife crime epidemic, a crime epidemic, people stealing watches off people walking down the street. Yes. You've got the burglary at an all-time high. London, a lot of people are put off by it. And this is what he spent £6.3 million on.
This could have been a bit
to speak as to why.
He doesn't need to speak. People need to speak out and say, well, why didn't we know about this? But the idea, can I say something to you, Nana? The idea is right. It's like, for example, take the Northern Line. You know, there are 6 Northern Lines.
6 Northern Lines.
6 different Northern Lines, maybe more now, because one goes from Mill Hill East to Mill Hill.
This was the overground he was...
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
to find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. You are watching and listening to Breakfast with Pip and Michael.
Knife crime is on the rise in Britain. In the year ending September 2023, that's last year, it increased to just under 50,000 offences. Now, that's 5% higher compared to the year before.
In South Yorkshire, data from the Ministry of Justice showed that 2/3 of cautions or convictions for knife crime were handed down to first-time offenders.
Our Yorkshire reporter Anna Riley has this story.
Giving a helping hand to stop young people from carrying knives. Anthony Olasende founded charity Always an Alternative after growing up surrounded by knife crime in Sheffield. He wants to get knives off the streets of the Steel City and launched an awareness event at Showroom Cinema.
When I was 15, I saw someone get murdered. They got stabbed to death, unfortunately. But what was strange, it didn't really affect me because I was around that kind of stuff all the time growing up. Violence was normal. Every day I'm looking over my shoulder. Every day, you know, someone's getting locked up or someone's getting injured. Surely life can't just be that. I had a few lucky escapes myself and I thought, I've actually had enough. I work more than this. This can't continue to happen. I've got kids now. I don't want to not be there for them, so I made that decision.
Keaton Naylor experienced the pain of losing a loved one to knife crime. His best friend, Louis Phillips, was stabbed to death at the age of 15 by a stranger during an unprovoked attack in South Yorkshire.
Ever since I lost my best friend, it's made me realise, well, knives really aren't needed. Like, there's so much more to life than carrying a knife, well, just a weapon in general. It was training for Barnsley Football Club. It was doing well, getting grades and that. It just applied for college. So it really wasn't a bad lad.
Tackling knife crime to prevent further tragedies is a priority for South Yorkshire Police.
The police are obviously doing a lot in terms of trying to identify, locate and target those individuals or gangs that are prone to violence and use guns and knives. So there's a lot of work around that. But prevention is really the more important thing. How do we stop young people?
Back at Showroom Cinema, students from a Sheffield high school produced a short film to highlight knife crime amongst teenagers.
It was really educational, and you don't understand how bad knife crime is until like you're being told the figure.
You know, something like this could happen to me, could happen to anyone. It is concerning, and it is something that, you know, that I don't want to happen.
With recent figures showing 17% of knife crime offenders in England and Wales were under 18, it's hoped schemes like this will deter children from carrying weapons. Anna Riley, GB News.
Now, the producers of a West End show called Slave Play are carefully considering plans to hold black-only audiences.
This comes after the play faced criticism from Downing Street, as a spokesperson there said restricting audiences on the basis of race would be wrong and divisive.
Joining us to discuss and debate this is journalist Claire Muldoon. Good morning. And media commentator Stephanie Tecci. Hello. Claire, let's start with you then. What was your reaction when you heard about the Noel Coward Theatre potentially holding these performances for an all-black identifying audience?
Well, there's two things. Black identifying. What on earth does that mean? I think it's... And the second thing is, I think it's divisive. And I'd actually go one step further. What is stopping people going to the theatre, regardless of their race, creed, religion, sex, anything? It's actually how much a ticket costs to the West End. That's prohibitive. It's financially prohibitive to go. And I'm not a fan of, well, let's make it blackout then. So if you identify as a black person or a person of colour, you can get, or you can be invited to watch. Now, this is on the back of Jeremy O'Harris's play that started in Broadway in 2019, I think it was. It was nominated for a myriad of Tony Awards, didn't win one. The reviews have been such that it's, in parts, it's a good play. It's got a central line of based on slavery, the plantations, etc., etc. But do we really need, if you are opening up discussion on this, why send a message, why virtue signal that we're having 2 nights for only those that identify as black?
Publicity stunt?
Could it be a publicity
I
stunt?
think so.
Stephanie, this arises, as I understand it, because the play did sometimes play to black-only audiences on Broadway. So they're thinking of bringing the idea to the West End. I can already hear GB viewers saying, but if there were evenings when it was a white-only audience, there would be appalling protest.
Hell would be let loose. That was my first thought when I heard about this story. I just thought instantly, if there was an all-whites event, everybody would kick off about it. With this play, again, I agree with Claire, it's been divisive. But in America, black Americans, they have a very strong identity because racism was quite big over there in America. So America, when it comes to doing black events, there's a big solidarity in America. They're very big on black identity. We come into the UK now, black people, we are very much a community, and black-only events have been happening for decades, but it's just been more underground, where it's gatherings, club nights, it's all that. It's just hasn't been in the mainstream media. So for this to be coming over here, it's very much an American idea trying to be introduced to black people over here. So it is uncomfortable. But also, we're talking about slavery here. I do not agree that it should be all blacks, but slavery, it triggers different black people in different ways. It's a new topic which we're all venturing now because the media has put it out there. So for some black people, where you are talking about slavery, they do feel comfortable when it's an all black audience. And also, it could be uncomfortable sometimes for white people being in these kind of situations as well. So,
are you slightly having it both ways? I mean, I do understand that in the context of the United States and of Europe, slavery is something that was done to black people.
Yes.
So that would be the argument, would it, for being, as it were, a private space?
Yes.
When I hate this phrase, a safe space. That would be the argument.
Well, yeah, because it is a hard, controversial topic, and different people... I do not speak for all black people here. Some black people, they get triggered by slavery and they find it uncomfortable having these discussions with white people. There's other black people who feel like it should be an open discussion. So I do see why he does want to do a blackout thing, but it's not a theme that has been adopted here in the UK.
And I don't think it really ought to at all, because I think the thing that does prevent people from attending the theatre is the cost of the tickets. But also, really, if they're trying to make this about slavery, which the play is actually about, surely we need as many people as we can to see it,
It is only 2 performances, though.
But why even do that? It's virtue signalling, Pip. We're talking about it now. There's been column inches in all of the papers this week about it.
Yeah,
they've got the publicity. They've got the publicity.
But Claire, what would be your message then if you were... Because if you met a black person who said, I would not feel comfortable watching this with a white person, I would rather be surrounded by all black people. What would your point be?
But that's not going to happen. They should then hopefully get a video of it or watch the theatre in the cinema, because that then would help facilitate the less triggering of it.
It's pretty bleak to say that you're not prepared to sit next to someone of a different colour, isn't it?
Well, it is, regardless of your colour, because we've all got colour.
I think using the words, what did they say? An audience that is free from the white gaze.
You see,
that sounds a little bit provocative.
Even for me, I didn't even know what the white gaze was until they mentioned it. So again, it's introducing all these concepts, which is not really on people's minds.
Ironically, the play in the set has got mirrors, so maybe that's a metaphorical thing when it's reflected back onto the white people, onto the people who are sitting there watching it. And Kit Harington, who is a white actor who plays the plantation boss in one of the acts. So there's a lot to tease out here, but I would, if for me, the barrier of going to the theatre is the inability to buy a ticket because they're so expensive. And I'm sorry, if Jeremy O'Harris wants to get underrepresented guests to go to the theatre, he needs to go out and speak to all manner of people to get them in.
Thank you very much indeed, Claire Muldoon and Stephanie Tecci. We have a statement from the production here. The production says, we are carefully considering how to incorporate this endeavour as part of 2 performances in our 13-week run. And to be absolutely clear, no one will be prevented or precluded from attending any performance of slave play. That's the end of the quote.
Now, do stay with us, because we have all the latest sports news coming up with Aidan McGee, and lots more of your comments as well. Keep them coming in. gbviews@gbnews.com.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Farage, Monday to Thursday from 7 p.m.
We're always told that there is a huge need for care workers in Britain. We're always told that the salaries just aren't big enough against the benefit system for British people to want to do that work. And there probably is some real truth in that. And yet, if up to 25% of those that come are acting illegally, and it would seem, up until now, that in some areas, foreign care workers come in, but bring in almost the same number of family members with them, that we need to have a proper debate about this. I'm very pleased to be joined by Mike Padgham, chair of the Independent Care Group. If I accept those arguments for a moment, how can it be that the system is so lax that up to 25% are found by the Inspector of Borders and Immigration to be working illegally?
Well, good evening to you, Nigel. It was good to join you. I mean, those figures are shocking to me. When I looked at it today, when I saw that 275 visas had been issued to a care home that didn't even exist, and a further over 1,000 people joined a company that only had previously 4 staff in it, it makes me wonder the bureaucracy of the Home Office didn't think to check that these companies exist in the first place, because it should be quite straightforward. If people are providing care, they're regulated by the Care Quality Commission. It's a simple phone call to check and double check. Sadly, there seems to have been very many loopholes at the beginning. I believe that's been tightened now, but I can't understand it, because all the providers that are doing it in the proper way have to go through quite a rigmarole to actually get approved, and it takes months. So it beggars belief that this has happened and people have been approved for a company that doesn't even exist.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, good morning. Lovely to have you with us this morning on Breakfast with Pip and Michael.
So it's time to go through all the latest sports news. Aidan McGee is back with us. Good to see you, Aidan.
Good to see you both. Yeah, I want to start on F1, if possible, because it's been quite dull the last few seasons, especially since Hamilton and Max Verstappen had that furious tussle in 2021. It's been overshadowed, I think it's fair to say, by incidents or controversy involving the F1 team principal of Red Bull, Christian Horner. There have been allegations made via texts and via WhatsApp screenshots that he's been engaged in a relationship or certainly some unsavoury texts between himself and a female colleague. Now, to get the latest on this, Pip, I wouldn't mind introducing Rosanna Tennant, who is the F1 correspondent live from Bahrain now. I'd just like to ask you, Rosanna, first of all, where exactly we're at with this right now. We've seen some stories this morning on the front page of some of the tabloids, but where do you see it going?
Morning. Yeah, it's been a strange one, this, overshadowing the start of the F1 season when we should be talking about the teams and drivers in a more positive sort of note and tone. Christian Horner has been at the paddock this weekend. I've been in the pit lane. I've watched him on the pit wall. He's been interacting with other team members. And it's been strange to see how he's conducted himself over the past few days. It all came about that there was some alleged inappropriate behaviour between himself and a female colleague, as you say. Then that grievance was dismissed. Red Bull conducted an independent and rigorous, as they said, and impartial investigation. A KC was brought in to look at the case. The grievance was dismissed. Essentially, Red Bull cleared Christian Horner, and so he came to the paddock. He's been acting as a team principal, as any normal team principal would. And then a really strange development occurred during the second practice session on Thursday. We're running a day ahead here in Bahrain, racing tonight on Saturday rather than the normal Sunday slot. And it was during that second practice session that we received, about 149 personnel in Formula One received an email with a link to a drive of messages purporting to evidence that had been used in this investigation. About 79 screenshots of messages between Christian Horner and the female colleague. Again, Christian Horner came out and denied the allegations against him. And that's kind of where we stand at the moment. There's been reports that his wife, Geri Halliwell, the Spice Girl, has flown out to Bahrain. Haven't seen her yet. Will she be here on race day to support her husband? A tricky time for her, I'm sure. A tricky time for Christian Horner and Red Bull. But then they went out and put the car on pole position yesterday. So at least there's been some positive news for the team. But it's really sort of overshadowing this weekend and a bit of a dark cloud over Formula One. They're trying to include a lot of people, diversity and inclusion being a hot topic for Formula One, as it is for so many sports. This isn't really what they need right now. Trying to encourage more young women to get into the sport. This isn't what the sport needs.
Rosanna, can I ask, what was your reaction when you saw the email land in your inbox? How did you feel when you saw the contents, especially?
Yeah, there were 3 emails actually I received. We all received 3 of them, different email addresses sending them out. My reaction, it was odd. We all wondered whether it's actually real. We still don't know if these are they've been created somewhere or by someone. Obviously, 79 screenshots, messages between Christian and the female colleague. My reaction, it was interesting because some of the head sort of honchos in the sport, team principals, Toto Wolff from Mercedes, Zach Brown from McLaren, they've asked for more transparency regarding the investigation. They wanted to know a little bit more about what went on. A lot of people saying we have to trust the process, including Max Verstappen, Red Bull's driver. So it was odd. They'd called for transparency. I don't think anyone was expecting this kind of transparency, but it sent the media centre into a frenzy, I can tell you that, coming through halfway through a practice session when we're all focusing on track action. Suddenly there was something else to be focusing on.
Thanks very much indeed for joining us this morning, Rosanna. We hope you managed to enjoy the race in spite of all the controversy that's going on. It certainly does feel like an orchestrated attempt, given the timing of the event as well. But we hope we see some good action on the track as well. And not just today, but in the coming season. It's got a bit processional in the last few years.
All rather messy and horrid.
It is.
Well, something else that got really messy was Willy Wonka's chocolate factory experience. It turned out to be children's worst nightmare, apparently. We're talking about that next here on Breakfast with Pip and Michael.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall?
Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
Headliners. Tomorrow's papers tonight. Every night from 11 p.m.
Is a debate on gender really a far-right issue?
Far right. I'm so bored of that phrase, you know what I mean? Like, anyone who talks about... anyone who acknowledges that there are two sexes is suddenly far right, because that's what Hitler and Mussolini were all about. This question from Shirley is, of course, about Labour. They've been accused of being undemocratic because they pressured a pub into cancelling a debate, and this debate features Kelly J. Keane, who's been on this show a couple of times, and she's a campaigner, and she was just on the panel, and then they got a letter saying that they couldn't do it because Kelly J. Keane apparently attracts far-right groups. Now, they've tried this trick before, but because some awful, ghastly neo-Nazi types turned up near to an event that she was holding in Australia, they kind of tried to blame that on her and suggest that the two were the same thing. They weren't. That was an opportunistic group turning up to... they're not... Neo-Nazis aren't pro-feminist. They're not pro an event called Let Women Speak. That's just ridiculous.
New Zealand's TV blurred her touching her zip because they said that her touching her zip was a far-right dog whistle because she's making that symbol.
Yeah, but she wasn't making the symbol, she was just adjusting a zip.
Yeah, and also, this isn't a far-right symbol.
I mean, that was incredible because she obviously wasn't making that symbol anyway. She was just adjusting a top. But this New Zealand news channel blurred out the hand so that they could pretend that it was some horrible ghastly... Yeah. I mean, this is stuff, isn't it?
She's talked about having voted Labour in the past. She's so not far right.
But also,
I mean,
even if she were right-wing, which she isn't, why would they be banning a panel where there's a discussion about one of the most important issues of our day? What are Labour playing at here?
They're anti-democratic, aren't they? They're just kind of playing whack-a-mole with things they don't like. I think maybe I'll write to the pub and say I do want to see Kelly J. Keane there.
Yeah, but they won't listen to you
well,
if you
no,
say that, will they?
Because
you've got the unfashionable opinion, Chris.
Well, and the unfashionable workplace.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQ's Live here on GB News. Every Wednesday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions when Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer go head-to-head in the House of Commons.
We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQ's Live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
Welcome back to Breakfast with Pip and Michael. Joining us to go through what is making the news now is writer and podcaster Lewis Oakley and showbiz reporter Stephanie Tecci. And Lewis, let's start with motorway restrictions being scrapped.
So the 60-mile-an-hour limit on the M1 and M6 is being scrapped. It was the speed limit was lowered in 2021, and what they basically found is that emissions have fallen because it was all about being green and curbing air emissions. It has fallen, but they're saying it's probably because of hybrid cars, of electric cars, and they're just saying that there's no real benefit to keeping it at 60 miles an hour now, which I do think, I've got to say, is a good thing, because I think there are so many pieces of legislation and rules brought in to try and make sure that things are green and curb our carbon emissions, that actually when one shows up and they think that actually has no benefit to it, that they scrap it. So I think it is important as we try and get to this greener future that we say, that one didn't really work, let's get rid of it, let's go back to 70 miles an hour.
That's what I just wanted to be clear on. 70 miles per hour is how it
Yes,
will
so it'll be
in
70.
future.
It'll go back up to 70.
Yeah, I agree. It's a most unusual example because normally once a regulation is in, what is so depressing about it is you can never get rid of it.
You can never admit that they're wrong.
Because, well, they never want to admit they're wrong, but also it's very hard to campaign against things because it makes it sound like you're in favour of more motor accidents or you're in favour of more pollution. So these things, once they're in, are very difficult to get rid of.
Does that 10 miles per hour make a huge difference when
Well,
it
they've
comes to air
said as
pollution?
well, they've said the average speed is 60 anyway, so it's not really changing much. There was no point in doing it. They had a try, didn't really do anything, they've scrapped it.
Another trip down memory lane from me is that in the 70s, when we had an oil crisis, we had a 50-mile-an-hour speed limit everywhere. We all crawled around at 50 miles an hour because that was meant to save on fuel. And for many years, much of the United States had a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. And I mean, it's really quite difficult to drive at 50
Well,
or
with the
55.
amount of roadworks on our motorways, there often are 50 mile per hour speed limits, which I know about only too well because I've got fined for for going up over the limit. I think I was doing 60 and a 50, and I got done. OK. We won't labour on that. So let's talk about Willy Wonka, Stephanie. The Willy Wonka experience, which turned into a complete disaster.
You know, Willy Wonka promises to be a chocolate dream come true, but for kids in Glasgow that went to this so-called immersive experience, they were left in tears. Hundreds of parents spent £35 and they were expecting their kids would be treated to an enchanted garden, a twilight tunnel.
We're looking at some pictures now,
an imagination lab, but instead they got this empty warehouse. Their kids were given half cups of lemonade, small rations of jelly beans, and most of the kids were left in tears. And I would hate to be a parent that took their child there.
It doesn't look completely compelling, does it?
Not at all. And do you know what? We were talking about AI in the last hour, and the House Illuminati, who create the production, said that most of the marketing had been generated by AI, so they hadn't actually had all the stuff that they were promising people. The organiser now is promising to give refunds, but I think that's just horrible. No one wants to expect that in an event, but especially an event for small children. It can actually prove quite traumatic.
It's an awful story. You've got to think about how upset those children would be. But what I love about this story is that it's so awful that now more people are wanting to go. I've seen online because they want to take pictures and say, look, I was there. Look how awful it is.
Do you remember that funny hill that was built at Hyde Park Corner at the...
Oh, yes.
No, Marble Arch. It was built at Marble Arch at the end of Oxford Street. This enormous mountain appeared. And it was the most terrible flop, wasn't it? It sounds a bit like that.
Actually, I did see that, and I was going to make a point of going and walking up it.
Curiosity.
one of the very few people. But this story reminds us of the Santa's grottos. There's been several of those over the years that have been
horrible. And I just think, where are the organisers' integrity? You know, did they really think that the parents and the kids were going to come in and be like, wow, we're so impressed with this shambles?
I love the idea that AI is now an excuse.
Yeah.
I said something absolutely dreadful, but my speech was written by AI. Well, that's a perfect excuse, isn't it?
Absolutely.
The dog ate my homework.
Lewis, in The Sun today, Palace aides are blasting these wild conspiracy theories about the Princess of Wales's health, and boy, are they wild! I mean, we're not even going to talk about what they are
about. But there is a lot of them. Even on my own Twitter feed, I kind of thought I'd hit an algorithm. Why is this all about Kate? But there is just such a volume of things that are being generated, and obviously it ties into people want to know more about what's wrong with her and what's going on. I will say, obviously, the Palace put out a statement. I think it was yesterday or the day before. And I did think the tone of that statement was a bit standoffish.
Doing well.
Doing well, but also, as we told you, there'll be updates at Easter, and that stands.
Why is this standoffish?
I just felt that it could have been more of, she thanks you for your concerns, and, you know, she's doing well and she's excited to be coming back after Easter, as we said. I just felt the tone was a little off. But I will say, you know, it's her business. I know that there's a lot of debate. Is it our business? I think it's her business. I think what you've got to also think is whatever she is unwell with, if she were to come out and talk about it, she would then become the spokesperson for it. She would then be expected to be part of the patrons and the charities for whatever it is. To be constantly talking about it.
Except her father-in-law, King Charles, has talked about
his condition, prostate and cancer, and that was his choice.
That was his choice, but it's done a huge amount of good. So you could say if Kate was more open, it could also do a huge amount of good.
It could definitely do good, but it's not her responsibility. Yeah. She's been struck down with something, we don't know what, and it's up to her if she wants to make that public and do more on it. And if she just wants to keep it to herself, and that's it, I don't see what the problem is.
Yeah, definitely. I think the palace should have kept quiet, to be honest. I don't think they needed to release this statement. And I think, you know, if Kate did disclose her condition, she would become the poster girl for whatever condition she has. And if you're ill with a sickness, you know, it's nice to get well wishes, but I think as well, knowing that people are prying into it can actually derail your recovery as well. So maybe I think that's why Kate is choosing to be quiet.
I'd like any member of the public to use his or her imagination to think about what it would be really like if all your medical condition were all over every newspaper every morning. Let's try and do that thought exercise to understand what it would be like.
Yeah. It's a good idea. We are going to be talking about that soon as well in the next hour with two royal commentators. So stay with us for that. First, your weather with Alex Burkill.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, very good morning to you. I'm Alex Burkill here from the Met Office with your latest GB News weather update. Whilst tomorrow is going to be a drier day for many of us, it's a pretty unsettled, changeable story today. Outbreaks of showery rain could be heavy at times, some thunder mixed in, perhaps some hail, also some sleet or snow across parts of England into Wales as well. A swathe of rain making its way westwards across northern parts of Scotland, also likely to bring some hill snow here. Elsewhere though, there will be some sunny spells breaking out, but still a chilly feel to things, temperatures just about scraping into double digits perhaps, and some strong winds, especially towards the coasts. Later on, and as we go through the evening, that wet weather across northern Scotland clears away towards the west, but showery outbreaks of rain, sleet and hill snow across northern England feed into Scotland as we go through the night. Otherwise, across much of England, Wales and Northern Ireland, apart from a few coastal showers, it is going to turn largely dry, and with some clear skies, we're going to see temperatures dropping. So a few places dipping below freezing, leading to some frost in prone spots, also some fog and freezing fog patches first thing tomorrow morning. Otherwise, as we go through tomorrow, like I said, it is a drier day for many of us. Perhaps some rain reaching Orkney and Shetland at times, and a few coastal showers around. Also, the chance of some rain affecting East Anglia. Otherwise, though, mostly fine. A good chance that we'll see some brightness breaking through and lighter winds, so although temperatures will be similar to today, it should feel less chilly.
From 10 a.m. every Saturday, we want to make you think and we want to make you laugh.
So we will give you all the top stories.
Now we start with a story that has shocked the nation this week.
But we're also going to make it light and fun and bring some entertainment in to make your Saturday morning nice and restful.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my two comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Headliners. Tomorrow's papers tonight, every night from 11 p.m.
Welcome back to Headliners, and Paul, we're going to get straight into Monday's mail for some good old-fashioned, traditional male breastfeeding.
Yeah. To answer the question, what is the latest woke hell, Josh? Row as hospitals say hormone-filled milk from trans women who were born male is just as good for a baby as the real thing. It's possible for men, if they pump themselves full of estrogen, to grow larger breast tissue, and they often do. If
or you just eat lots of burgers.
Exhibit A. And once you've done that, it is actually then possible to express or lactate
a liquid.
Okay. If to that liquid you then add another load of pills, medication, chemicals, whatever, that lactation juice can be fed to a baby.
We don't really... This is not for the sake of the baby. The baby has no benefits from this whatsoever. The studies are very weak on it. It's a bit worrying because You know, when hospitals started indulging in homeopathy and having, the NHS had homeopathic hospitals, that was worrying because they're supposed to be a trusted authority. And before saying something like this, there should be an awful lot of study done.
I want to shame this hospital. This is
whether it's necessary.
University Hospital Sussex NHS Foundation Trust. That's who it is. And they have written one of the stupidest sentences that I have read aloud in the 2 years that I've been privileged to do this show. It says, the term human milk is meant to be neutral and not gender biased.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
That's incredible.
Yep.
Oh, my God, we're laughing at you.
I mean, and as someone says here, babies are not props. And that's the scary thing. And when we're not focusing primarily on the health of a baby.
No, but the feeling of a person doing it, rather than... It's a bit of an odd way to go, isn't it? So...
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There'll be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall?
Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
Good morning. It is 9 o'clock on Saturday, the 2nd of March. Today...
I fear that our great achievement in building the world's most successful multi-ethnic, multi-faith democracy is being deliberately undermined. There are forces here at home trying to tear us apart.
The Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, issues a stark warning, claiming that extremists are trying to undermine democracy, and he calls for the country to unite.
Palestinian Solidarity Campaign activists are set to occupy branches of Barclays Bank across the UK later this morning.
Yeah, as the Prime Minister issues that warning about forces trying to tear us apart, pro-Palestine campaigners across the country will boycott Barclays. I'm in Wolverhampton with the latest.
A charity in South Yorkshire aims to tackle the scourge of knife crime across the county by creating short films depicting the issue. We hear from those affected.
I was 15, I saw someone get murdered. They got stabbed to death, unfortunately. But what was strange, it didn't really affect me because I was around that kind of stuff all the time growing up. Violence was normal.
Why has the RAF retired 30 highly capable jets used to defend the country from foreign aggressors such as Vladimir Putin?
Speculation mounts on the health of the Princess of Wales, so we will be asking, is it time for the royal family to be more open with us?
Morning, it's another chilly day and watch out for some hefty showery rain as well as a bit of snow. Tomorrow though brings better news if it's drier weather you're after. I'll have the details shortly.
Good morning, I'm Pip Thompson.
Good morning, I'm Michael Portillo and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Hope you're well this morning. And yeah, it is quite a snowy morning for many of you. Bristol, Somerset, Cumbria. I know you've had a bit of a surprise waking up to that snowfall, which March the 2nd, do we expect it? It's the start of the it's the start of spring in the meteorological calendar.
I think everyone knows that it snowed in Rochdale yesterday because we saw our reporters standing in the snow, poor things.
Well, that is true, but certainly in Bristol this morning, I'm seeing some lovely, lovely photos. And also from you, you've been sending in your favourite nostalgic sounds. This is after a survey that talked about a poll that said it's ahead of World Hearing Day, which is tomorrow. And this study found that 69% of us feel that certain noises help improve our quality of life. And it's made us yearn for those sounds of the the 80s, 90s, the noughties. So, quick quiz. We're going to see if we can guess some of the classics. Here's our first sound. That's computer related, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that is the sound of your laptop trying to connect via a wire into a thing in the wall, into a plug in the wall.
I think the thing in the wall, yeah, the dial-up modem. Well done. Let's have the next one. Any second now? OK, we're going to try and bring that one to you. It's not silence, honestly, but also on this list...
And we don't know what they are.
We don't know what they are. Also on this list...
Otherwise, I would just fill in. I would just
Michael has been doing
myself.
some great sound effects. In fact, you can do this one again, because somebody contacted us and said they miss the sound, the tones of a certain Margaret Thatcher.
Oh, well, listen, you only had to say to me that you wanted to hear those sounds again. You only had to say that to me. Have you got it? Have you got that?
I'm not sure I'm on great form this morning.
I think we've just woken up in 1984. Right, let's try to hear another sound. Oh, yeah, that's when you switch on a computer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, Apple. It's a certain type of computer. I think it's Apple. Oh, no.
No, it's Windows. Is it Windows?
It's Windows startup.
Windows.
And I think we've just got time for a third and final one. Now I'm told that one that's coming up now is very old-fashioned. And if we don't have it, Michael can do another impression for you. But we do have it. Here it is. Oh. Oh, reminds me of my dear grandparents. We all know what that is.
It's a cuckoo clock.
Of course, it's a cuckoo clock. I don't know why I needed to check my piece of paper there.
No, but seriously, calling a cuckoo clock something from the 70s, 80s or 90s, that I think not quite accurate. I think probably more like the 1850s, something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, lovely nostalgic sounds.
Absolutely. Now, Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister. He gave a speech in Downing Street last night. In the pouring rain, some people thought he was about to announce a general election, but actually it was to claim that democracy is under threat from extremism in the wake of Hamas's October the 7th attack on Israel.
It was a speech to the nation, and he said, there are forces here at home that are trying to tear us apart, and we can hear a bit of the speech.
I fear that our great achievement in building the world's most successful multi-ethnic, multi-faith democracy is being deliberately undermined. There are forces here at home trying to tear us apart. On too many occasions recently, our streets have been hijacked by small groups who are hostile to our values and have no respect for our democratic traditions. Threats of violence and intimidation are alien to our way of doing things. They must be resisted at all times.
We're joined by former UKIP Deputy Chair and political commentator Suzanne Evans. Suzanne, some of our viewers think that was one of the best speeches that Rishi Sunak has ever given. Is he right?
It was a grand speech, lots of fine words, a very good demeanour on behalf of the Prime Minister. But what's he actually saying? And this is far too little, far too late. He didn't really come out with any plan, apart from to say that he was going to have a robust new framework to tackle extremist threats in our country. Well, those jihadis must be quaking in their boots at those words, I think. I mean, it's quite ridiculous. Some of us knew that this was a problem decades ago. I think, personally, I recall the time of the Salman Rushdie affair in the late 80s, when we suddenly saw that we had a cohort of people in this country whose values were completely at odds with British values, and yet it's only got worse. Now, there's been all sorts of reasons for that. I think it's partly been huge amounts of uncontrolled immigration from countries that don't have British values, that don't respect women's rights, for instance, that don't respect gay rights. It's also been that we've had a kind of extreme left-wing march through our institutions, through the public sector, through universities, even through the police force. Ideologies that have been so frightened or have preached that, you know, the worst thing you can be is racist.
Everything has been ramped up since October the 7th, and the statistics show that in terms of anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim hatred. So he has a point.
He has a point, but the problem is that nothing was done. That very first march, anyone who was at that march, and unfortunately I got myself sort of caught up in it because I was at a conference around the corner from Parliament Square, and you could see just how hateful it was if you were there in the middle of it. And yet, or at least I could, and I had lunch with Jewish friends who I remember as the march went past sort of covered their faces because they didn't want these protesters to see that they were Jewish and potentially target them. And yet the police didn't seem to be able to see that. And they just seem to have a particular blind spot when it comes to cracking down on the adherence of one particular religion.
You want things to get better. And
Of course.
the Prime Minister yesterday identified the problem as extremism. Would you like to welcome that, at least, as a step in your direction?
It's absolutely a step in the right direction. My worry, Michael, is that, as I said, it's too little, too late. We've had a genie that's been let out of a bottle here. We've had a community that has been allowed to get away with so much. The obvious one, the Rochdale grooming gangs. How many years did that go on? And the police targeted the girls who were actually the victims of statutory rape rather than the perpetrators. And there's just been this enormous fear. And we see anyone that has spoken out about this has been censured. And I think it's a bit rich of Rishi Sunak, is it not, to come out with this now, after he sacked Suella Braverman, after he's removed the whip from Lee Anderson, two brave people in the Conservative Party who have actually raised the red flag on this. He sacks them, and now suddenly he's on their side.
Although on the other side,
they are owed an apology.
Who will say that they are part of the problem in that they are sowing the seeds of division.
No, I disagree with that. I think, well, my mum has a favourite phrase, evil triumphs when good people do nothing. And I think that's the problem we've had here. The people who've been trying to speak out have actually been labelled the evil people. Actually, the people who have been speaking out are the ones that have seen the writing on the wall, have seen the threat coming, have been urging politicians, the police, our institutions to do something about it. Nothing's happened. So we have a situation now where anyone who's Jewish, perhaps even people who aren't, feel they can't go into central London on a Saturday. We have seen in our universities, we've seen a huge rise in anti-Semitism. You know, free speech is a fundamental.
Terribly threatened as well.
And quite right. And so, because most ordinary Muslims are not extremists. And I think arguably one of the things that we have to look at is we have certain Muslim organisations who are pushing a particular line and they're not necessarily representative of the whole Muslim community. And I think it is a shame. So you look at the Prevent Terrorist, Anti-Terrorist programme, for instance. It's a shame that I think there are fewer referrals to that than there should be from the Muslim community. But you can't blame ordinary Muslims for that. They're under huge pressure from some of their leaders who are quite dictatorial.
Thank you very much indeed, Suzanne Evans. Lovely to have you on GB News again.
Next Wednesday, it is Jeremy Hunt's spring budget. What is going to be in it? We are going to talk about it very, very shortly. But first, we want to tell you about a special live programme from Whitehaven in Cumbria that takes place next Wednesday evening, and it will be dissecting it all. You can be part of the audience as Michelle Dewberry and Nigel Farage broadcast live.
To talk about the budget, we have with us now Greg Marsh, who is a finance expert. It seems that every day we hear that the Chancellor of the Exchequer has less headroom, less margin for giveaways. Is that the direction of travel?
There was talk late last year after some very excitable economic news that suggested perhaps that we were not going to be in recession, that perhaps inflation was thoroughly under control, of the possibility of a 2p cut on national insurance or even income tax cuts. That now seems much less likely. And the mood music recently has been, we'll be lucky to get a 1p cut to national insurance, and probably not a lot more than that. The UK economy is now technically in recession. Inflation, although it's come down from its highs last year, remains more than twice the Bank of England's 2% target. Core inflation, which is the one that economists really worry about, 5%. Now, while inflation remains high, it's really important that the government doesn't let the economy overheat, which means giving back too much money, tax cuts could run the risk of fueling further inflation. And the most important thing, as we've heard very consistently from Jeremy Hunt and Rishi Sunak, is to control inflation. So I'm not expecting a lot of big give-backs, but the context of an election later this year, clearly the government will want to show some leg. They'll want to try to get a good amount of good news into the budget.
What about help for small businesses, Greg? I know a lot of them, I think more than 500 of them, have signed this letter calling for the tourist tax to be scrapped and also the energy bills discount scheme to be extended, because that has hammered a lot of small firms.
Well, not only small firms, it's also hammering private households. The context for the government wanting to be seen to help small businesses, private individuals, is also that we've come off the back of a very difficult period. We're still in a very difficult period. The cost of living crisis may no longer be on the headlines in quite the way it was 6 months ago, but it's still really affected people's finances. A record number of people are in debt to their current suppliers of energy services and other things. People can't change suppliers. They can't shop around for cheaper deals while they are in debt. Credit card debt remains at generational highs. So for all these reasons, there's real stress and anxiety around the population. Still in polling this issue as the #1 issue at the ballot box, which means that unless and until people feel richer, they will vote with their wallet. So I think there is real pressure on the government to try to find ways of alleviating that anxiety people are still feeling about their bills. I mean, my firm, Nous, is particularly aware. We're seeing this all the time. We've got people coming to us saying, I just can't afford the bills that I'm seeing every month. I'm falling further and further behind, and that's a hard problem.
It's rather annoying to me that, of course, inflation brings extra money into the government because the thresholds for tax don't move under this government anyway. And so extra money pours in, people are made poorer. And yet, even so, at the end of that, it appears that the government doesn't have any money to give some of our money back.
Well, you've raised this spectre, which is one of the most important things going on in the background here, of stealth taxes, Michael. And again, as you rightly say, look, what are stealth taxes? They're not some complicated idea. It's very simple. Inflation means wages increase to keep pace with inflation. But as wages increase, if the income tax thresholds don't rise in lockstep with wage increases, it means that just by doing nothing, we're all effectively paying more tax. The effect of that stealth taxation is if the Chancellor does nothing else next week, the average UK income earner will effectively be about £400 less well off.
Yep.
So he's going to have to give a lot of money back to people to make up for those stealth taxes. We'll see what he does.
The other thing that drives me mad is that at last now we're getting a bit of interest on our savings because we have higher interest rates. And guess what? We are taxed on the interest.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed, Greg Marsh. It doesn't sound like there's much that we could look forward to in the budget, but we shall see. You'll certainly see on GB News anyway.
Now, we are going to move on to protests, more protests that are continuing across the country today, pro-Palestine protests. And this follows Rishi Sunak's warning, as we've been saying last night, that democracy is being targeted by extremists.
That says Palestine Solidarity Campaign activists will attempt to occupy branches of Barclays Bank across the UK. The group claims that Barclays has, quotes, substantial financial ties with arms companies supplying weapons and military technology to Israel, end of quote.
GB News West Midlands reporter Jack Carson joins us now. Jack, tell us exactly where you are and how much activity there is expected to be there today. I know you've covered this, I think, before, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly right, Pip. So a few weeks ago, there was a very similar protest in Birmingham, but that was one of a more localised protest, not necessarily nationwide, but the Palestinian Solidarity Campaign carrying out this national day of action at Barclays banks across the country, across the UK, from all the way in South Wales to, of course, the likes of here in the West Midlands and Scotland and the South East as well. They, of course, are protesting Barclays Bank because they say they hold over £1 billion in shares and provide over £3 billion in loans and underwriting to 9 companies. This is all research that the Palestinian Solidarity Campaign say they've got, which they say that those loans and that money then underwrites companies who they say have weapons and components and military technology which is being used in Israel, which the campaign say is being used against Palestinians. So therefore they want to protest outside these Barclays banks. We've seen them many times before. Usually what happens is there'll be protesters that go inside the bank, sit down, lie down, holding their campaign slogans. The one in Birmingham was peaceful in terms of the protesters not causing any trouble, but where the trouble maybe comes from is the people that are trying to go about their daily lives, go about their business, try and get money out the bank, because of course at that point the bank security step in and don't allow any more customers into the bank. And this is where of course we get this speech from Rishi Sunak yesterday, which of course is about the warning, of course, that he says democracy is being targeted by extremists. We heard him yesterday, didn't we, on the steps of Downing Street, about forces at home trying to, he says, tear us apart, and that the election of the likes of George Galloway in Rochdale yesterday was beyond alarming. But taking to Twitter after that speech on Downing Street, the Ben Jamal, who's the director of the Palestinian Solidarity Campaign, of course, the leader who's brought this day of action here today, said that Rishi Sunak wants to deal with extremists. He should start with the politicians, political commentators and religious leaders, he says. And he says that come back to the likes of him when he's kicked Suella Braverman, Robert Jenrick and Michael Gove out of his own party.
Jack, thank you very much. Jack in Wolverhampton today outside Barclays Bank. It'll be interesting to see how many people are actually protesting. Right, we have some weather to bring you. Plenty of you, I'm seeing, are waking up to snow this morning, several centimetres in places, especially in the southwest. There are weather warnings, I think, issued by the Met Office, so do watch out how you go, because those roads could be dicey. Here is your forecast with Alex Burkill.
Hello, very good morning to you. I'm Alex Burkill here from the Met Office with your latest GB News weather update. Whilst tomorrow is going to be a drier day for many of us, it's a pretty unsettled, changeable story today. Outbreaks of showery rain could be heavy at times, some thunder mixed in, perhaps some hail, also some sleet or snow across parts of England into Wales as well. A swathe of rain making its way westwards across northern parts of Scotland, also likely to bring some hill snow here. Elsewhere though, there will be some sunny spells breaking out, but still a chilly feel to things, temperatures just about scraping into double digits perhaps, and some strong winds, especially towards the coasts. Later on, and as we go through the evening, that wet weather across northern Scotland clears away towards the west, but showery outbreaks of rain, sleet and hill snow across northern England feed into Scotland as we go through the night. Otherwise, across much of England, Wales and Northern Ireland, apart from a few coastal showers, it is going to turn largely dry, and with some clear skies, we're going to see temperatures dropping. So a few places dipping below freezing, leading to some frost in prone spots, also some fog and freezing fog patches first thing tomorrow morning. Otherwise, as we go through tomorrow, and like I said, it is a drier day for many of us. Perhaps some rain reaching Orkney and Shetland at times, and a few coastal showers around. Also, the chance of some rain affecting East Anglia. Otherwise, though, mostly fine. A good chance that we'll see some brightness breaking through and lighter winds, so although temperatures will be similar to today, it should feel less chilly.
Do stay with us here on GB News. We're going to be talking about the royal family. Obviously, very testing times for them at the moment in terms of their health, and all of us, of course, wish them well. But how much should we know about what's really going on? I mean, we're particularly thinking of Catherine, Princess of Wales, who we know is continuing to do well, but we don't know that much more. Well, should we? What do you think? We're going to be talking about that very shortly here on Breakfast.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg and this is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday from 8 p.m.
You're now in exile. I imagine it wouldn't be safe for you to go back to Russia. Can I ask you if you feel safe personally, and what do you think can be done to remove Putin, or is he going to be there for as long as he wants?
I think that is, of course, fundamental question. It is there should be pressure inside Russia and outside. Inside Russia right now, it's impossible because Putin put all leaders in jail and some of us just abroad. You know, just two were already killed. Mr. Nemtsov, Boris Nemtsov, my friend, my collaborator on my party, was killed on the walls on Kremlin. Alexei Navalny was killed in jail and in the camp. And that is, the people live in fear to identify themselves as protesters, to identify themselves as against Putin's regime, etc. That's why today there is no chance for opposition to rise inside Russia. But outside, of course, this war against Ukraine, that is the fundamental issue for all foreign leaders. And in fact, just support of Ukraine and not to let Putin to destroy Ukraine, to defeat Ukraine. That is an important issue because just Ukraine, that's not just in Ukraine, war in Ukraine. Ukraine just fighting for their territorial integrity, but fighting for the whole European countries. Because after Ukraine, other countries could appear, other subject of aggression could be, and Putin easily could try to test Article 5 of NATO Charter. It could be one of the small countries of Baltic states.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From 10 a.m. every Saturday, we want to make you think and we want to make you laugh.
So we will give you all the top stories.
Now we start with a story that has shocked the nation this week.
But we're also going to make it light and fun and bring some entertainment in to make your Saturday morning nice and restful.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Breakfast with Pip and Michael. We were just talking to our reporter Jack Carson, who's in Wolverhampton this morning, my old stomping ground, where the Palestine Solidarity Campaign activists are attempting, we expect today, to occupy branches of Barclays Bank over what the group claims is bankrolling of Israeli war efforts in Gaza. That's what they say. Some of you have given us your thoughts on this.
Indeed. The banks are such a target for everyone. So Ollie says, morning, well, boycotting Barclays Bank, exclamation mark. How odd. I'm surprised they can find a Barclays. They've closed all but one in Lincolnshire. And Monica writes in and makes almost the same point. So the absence of branches. I was watching the video of the previous protest. I was just wondering, how would you feel if you're standing at a cash machine trying to get some cash out and there's a young man there lurking by the cash machine with a great big Palestinian flag? Does that constitute intimidation? Would you feel comfortable? I think it tells you how difficult it is to define intimidation.
Absolutely. I think it depends how many of them there were. If it's a group, I would find that more intimidating than if it was a single individual. OK, but if you were at a cash machine and there's anyone standing right behind you, that is potentially frightening. Yeah, as a rule of thumb, whenever I'm at a cash machine, I always look around me first before I put my pin in. Vincent, by the way, says, as much as I hate the current conduct of the banks, I think that these protesters should be removed by force. And we saw pictures of them on the previous protest lying down in the hall of one of the banks, pretending to be corpses covered with Palestinian flags. Let's talk about knife crime, because it is on the rise in Britain. And in the year ending September 2023, last year, it increased to just under 50,000 offences. That's 5% higher compared to the year before. In South Yorkshire, data from the Ministry of Justice shows that 2/3 of cautions or convictions for knife crime in the area were handed to first-time offenders. Our Yorkshire reporter Anna Riley brings you this story.
Giving a helping hand to stop young people from carrying knives. Anthony Olasende founded charity Always an Alternative after growing up surrounded by knife crime in Sheffield. He wants to get knives off the streets of the Steel City and launched an awareness event at Showroom Cinema.
When I was 15, I saw someone get murdered. They got stabbed to death, unfortunately. But what was strange, it didn't really affect me because I was around that kind of stuff all the time growing up. Violence was normal. Every day I'm looking over my shoulder. Every day, you know, someone's getting locked up or someone's getting injured. Surely life can't just be that. I had a few lucky escapes myself and I thought, I've actually had enough. I work more than this. This can't continue to happen. I've got kids now. I don't want to not be there for them, so I made that decision.
Keaton Naylor experienced the pain of losing a loved one to knife crime. His best friend, Louis Phillips, was stabbed to death at the age of 15 by a stranger during an unprovoked attack in South Yorkshire.
Ever since I lost my best friend, it's made me realise, well, knives really aren't needed. Like, there's so much more to life than carrying a knife, well, just a weapon in general. It was training for Barnsley Football Club. It was doing well, getting grades and that. It just applied for college. So it really wasn't a bad lad.
Tackling knife crime to prevent further tragedies is a priority for South Yorkshire Police.
The police are obviously doing a lot in terms of trying to identify, locate and target those individuals or gangs that are prone to violence and use guns and knives. So there's a lot of work around that. But prevention is really the more important thing. How do we stop young people?
Back at Showroom Cinema, students from a Sheffield high school produced a short film to highlight knife crime amongst teenagers.
It was really educational, and you don't understand how bad knife crime is until you're being told the figure.
You know, something like this could happen to me, could happen to anyone. It is concerning and it is something that, you know, that I don't want to happen.
With recent figures showing 17% of knife crime offenders in England and Wales were under 18, it's hoped schemes like this will deter children from carrying weapons. Anna Riley, GB News.
Well, we've played that video a number of times this morning. It's obviously an extremely important issue. And one must applaud everyone who's making good efforts to make an improvement. But as I listened to it and saw what it was about, I wondered whether a lack of awareness was really our problem. Is it a lack of awareness? It seems to me that people are pretty aware that we have this terrible problem. What we actually need is law enforcement, isn't it? And this is the point that earlier in the programme we were debating with, I think, a former senior police officer. He was lamenting, he was saying that going easy on stop and search has made the problem worse. Of course, stop and search was scaled back because there were allegations that people were being profiled. So members of young black men in particular were being stopped quite frequently. On the other hand, he was pointing out that many of the crimes, most of the crimes, I think he said, the victim is a black person and very often the perpetrator is a black person as well. So it raises the question as to whether in our wish to be entirely pristine in a position where no one can accuse us of racism, what we actually risk is more young black men being killed.
And there are children as young as 9 years old carrying knives for protection. That's why most of them appear to do it. And there was the gentleman in that VT there that was saying, it's just a normal thing. It just happens. We just accept it. And we can't accept it, can we? I mean, there's also the debate about should it be a mandatory prison sentence? I mean, the actor Idris Elba, he's heavily involved in the campaign, isn't he, against knife crime? And he's not in favour. He does not think that's the answer. I
mean, really, it's so depressing. I think, are we at 1,000 deaths in London since the mayor became mayor, something like that? It's really very, very depressing. Anyway, we will be moving on. Do stay with us because in our last half hour, we're going to be talking about whether graffiti can be copyrighted, and that follows an enormous row that has broken out about some graffiti whose copyright may have been violated. That's coming up soon. This is Breakfast on GB News with Pip and Michael.
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall? Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
Nana Queer, weekends from 3 p.m.
So after his mad dash to see his father last week, Prince Harry predictably went on TV to talk about it. He gave his first interview to Good Morning America, whilst apparently being filmed by a crew that were doing a documentary on the Invictus Games. He didn't disclose his father's diagnosis, but frankly, even the fact that he was on TV talking about it was concerning. No wonder they're keeping him at arm's length. This is what he said.
How did you get the news that the king was ill?
I spoke to him.
And what did you do next?
I jumped on a plane and went to go and see him as soon as I could.
How was that visit for you emotionally?
Look, I love my family. The fact that I was able to get on a plane and go and see him and spend any time with him, I'm grateful for that.
An illness in the family can have a galvanizing or sort of reunifying effect for a family.
Absolutely.
Is that possible in this case?
Yeah, I'm sure. Throughout all these families, I see it on a day-to-day basis. The strength of the family unit coming together.
He also said that he loves his family, but then he said that he had his own family in America. So which family does he love? The late Queen's last few years of life were marred with accusations of racism, which Harry later backtracked on, claiming that they hadn't actually used the word, so inadvertently admitting to gaslighting us all. But the Sussexes' stock is falling in the States, and the only thing that makes them interesting is their proximity to the royal family. And now the king is ill, Harry has even offered to muck in and take on official duties to help his father. Look, I want to see reconciliation and love and joy, but I'm afraid Meghan has yet to even speak to her father as far as we know, and Harry didn't apparently even reach out to his brother. Whilst his dad might fall for it, I doubt William will be as soft. Good luck with that, Harry.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQ's live here on GB News. Every Wednesday, we'll bring you live coverage of Prime Minister's questions when Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer go head-to-head in the House of Commons.
We'll be asking our viewers and listeners to submit the questions that they would like to put to the Prime Minister, and we'll put that to our panel of top politicians in our Westminster studio.
That's PMQ's live here on GB News, Britain's election channel.
A very good morning, a very good snowy morning to some of you. You are watching and listening to Breakfast with Pip and Michael.
The Princess of Wales has not been seen in public since her abdominal surgery. But social media has been ablaze with conspiracy theories about what has really happened to her. The royal family has always been a closed book when it comes to internal matters. So today we are debating, should the royals tell us more?
We're joined by Editor-in-Chief of Majesty magazine, Ingrid Seward, who believes the royals, well, they shouldn't come clean, and royal commentator Richard Fitzwilliams, who believes they should. Richard, explain yourself, please. Good morning. Surely it's absolutely none of our beeswax.
Well, I think that this raises a fundamental question, and that is the right to privacy of the head of state, and also, of course, the future Queen. Now, if you look at the 2012 European Court of Human Rights decision against Princess Caroline of Monaco, there it was decided, and I think that this was quite relevant, that the press had a right to publish so long as they could prove in the public interest. Now, of course, you could argue if the head of state, where does this public interest start and how do we continue, for example? I mean, we know that King Charles, the palace spin on when he had his prostrate problem, this was tremendously helpful. It raised awareness. Now, regarding cancer, of course, this is a terribly difficult and sensitive area, but here, what do we find? We find that there's a tremendous amount of speculation. Should he, in fact, be specific? I don't think that he necessarily should be specific, but I do think that, for example, when Prince William doesn't turn up to a memorial service for his godfather, former king, when it's only 5 minutes away from where he's living, he knows that this is going to fuel speculation. We're already nervous about the king having cancer. We're already nervous also about the fact that we haven't seen Catherine since December. So it's a matter of finding a balance, and that balance seems to me to have been somewhat lost, hence the fact that this is a subject, it's a scary subject, it's very difficult, but if you look at the fact it's not going to go away, because as we look forward, it's a nightmare for royal planners. Royals are human beings, of course, but on the other hand, it's only sensible to keep us informed to a certain degree, and it is the argument about where that degree begins and ends. I'm not suggesting weekly or monthly bulletins are automatic, but I do think we should be kept more informed on the whole. You have to get this balance, and they seem to have lost it.
Ingrid, I start from the position that many people lack basic human empathy for the royal family, and you have to ask yourself, any one of you out there who's listening or watching, would you like to have your medical records splashed across the front pages of the newspapers?
Well, medical records have traditionally always been completely private, and doctors are very, very careful about that. I do agree with Richard, though, in the case of the King as our head of state, we do have a right to know about his health. I mean, I think the King, basically, a king has no private life. So what King Charles has done is he's allowed his advisors to give bulletins on his health. I think perhaps I think they've timed it quite well. We're getting them and we're seeing pictures of him. And then there's a moment where he's looking at get well cards. So that's all very positive. We know he won't be at the Commonwealth service on March the 11th. He's recorded a video message. So those that care know. We know what's going on. With Catherine, I think as a future queen, she's not queen yet. She's the Princess of Wales. And I think she has an absolute right for privacy. We've had an announcement of what's happened to her. I don't think that we need to know any more. Of course, everyone's going to speculate, but the more we know, the more they're going to speculate. So if we had a little bit more information about her condition, we'd want to know more. So I think that a line has to be drawn somewhere, and I think the palace have kind of got it right.
Is part of the issue, Richard, because we're looking at a slimmed down monarchy now. So because there's fewer of them on the front line, it's so noticeable when one is missing.
Yes, there's no doubt that this idea of a slimmed-down monarchy, and I think that Princess Anne rubbished it relatively recently, and she was absolutely right to do so. I mean, the palace was undergoing a review of patronages, and we've yet to hear. I mean, it's impossible, really, for planners. I do think that it's tremendously difficult because in the weeks and months ahead, as we hope, trips abroad, which are very important, is our top form of soft power, the royal family trips. This is going to be difficult, and how you balance it and what people know. I mean, England is, of course, absolutely right that Catherine has a right to privacy. It's a matter, however, that if, for example, someone disappears or appears to disappear for a very long period, I do think it's a good idea, for example, sometimes a photograph, sometimes something, it needn't be an official statement. You don't, as I say, the essential thing one must realize is, of course, royals being private and also public. they have a right to a private life, but equally you get the rumour mill going over. And of course, we're in a different era now. I mean, one thinks of the historical precedents and when George V injected with morphine so that the Times would carry the story, which was utterly bizarre. George VI not knowing that he had cancer, much less the public. And of course, the late Queen in 2021, it was a journalist who discovered she was in hospital. I think that the palace have got a much better balance, but it does seem that there is a certain hysteria, and in the era of, we're all potential paparazzi with our iPhones and online and so forth, you do have to get a balance. It's just that I feel that we should get somewhat more information.
Thank you very much, Ingrid Seward and Richard Fitzwilliams. Still to come, we'll be discussing what is fake and what is fact with Andrew Eborn.
You're going to love this.
OK, and that's going to be next, so come back and see us again.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Farage, Monday to Thursday from 7 p.m.
We're always told that there is a huge need for care workers in Britain. We're always told that the salaries just aren't big enough against the benefit system for British people to want to do that work. And there probably is some real truth in that. And yet, if up to 25% of those that come are acting illegally, and it would seem, up until now, that in some areas, foreign care workers come in, but bring in almost the same number of family members with them, that we need to have a proper debate about this. I'm very pleased to be joined by Mike Padgham, chair of the Independent Care Group. If I accept those arguments for a moment, how can it be that the system is so lax that up to 25% are found by the Inspector of Borders and Immigration to be working illegally?
Well, good evening to you, Nigel. It was good to join you. I mean, those figures are shocking to me. When I looked at it today, when I saw that 275 visas had been issued to a care home that didn't even exist, and a further over 1,000 people joined a company that only had previously 4 staff in it, it makes me wonder the bureaucracy of the Home Office didn't think to check that these companies exist in the first place, because it should be quite straightforward. If people are providing care, they're regulated by the Care Quality Commission. It's a simple phone call to check and double check. Sadly, there seems to have been very many loopholes at the beginning. I believe that's been tightened now, but I can't understand it, because all the providers that are doing it in the proper way have to go through quite a rigmarole to actually get approved, and it takes months. So it beggars belief that this has happened and people have been approved for a company that doesn't even exist.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. You are watching and listening to Breakfast with Pip and Michael.
And it is time for another episode of Andrew Eborn's Fake or Fact. And we are wondering, Andrew, very good morning to you.
Good morning to you both.
What are you going to delight us with today?
It's an absolute delight. And can I say how much I'm enjoying breakfast with Pip and Michael? The PM is going to be brilliant. As you know, today is basically the launch of Google have come up with their own fact checker about elections, because we're going to have more elections. It's the mother of all election years. We've got most of the world, about 4 billion people are going to the polls. And in 2017, fake news was the word, Colin's words, 2 words, of the year. AI was the word of the year in 2023. Combine the both, and we're living in a diseased information world. So the whole idea about Andrew Eborn's Fake or Fact is to look at stories in the news and say, OK, this is what's true and this is what's different. And what we've done, Michael, and Pip's a regular on this sort of game show, what we've done is basically look at those stories and try to come up with a particular theme. Now, because of your passion for trains, we thought that this week we're going to look at some of the glorious train things. And the first one, then, is does this viral clip, it's gone all over the world, viral clip of show the very first train. Here's this viral clip, and it looks a bit like this. This is the very first train. It says on social media, it's an extraordinary claim, that basically this is on December the 24th, 1809, and they say that this is a clip of the very first train. I'll let Pip go first, because Michael's a bit of an expert. So what do you reckon, Pip?
I'm going to say no, because I'm not sure. Could you get those sorts of pictures in 1809? That quality?
Very good.
No, you could not.
OK, so Michael, you're also saying it's a fake?
It's absolutely a fake. One of the very earliest pieces of film that was ever made was made by, were they called the Lumiere brothers?
They were the Lumiere brothers, very good.
And it was a train coming into a station in southern France.
Absolutely.
Their mother, the Lumiere brothers' mother, was arriving on the train.
Yes.
And so one of the very earliest pieces of cine film is indeed of a train arriving, but it's certainly...
It's certainly not that one. Do you know the very first train? When was the very first train which carried passengers?
It depends what you mean by a train. I would say the first locomotive was a... what was his name?
Trevelyan, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and I would say it must have run in Cornwall, in his native Cornwall.
It was basically in Wales, and we did that. 21st of February, 1804 was the first one.
Yeah.
The actual first passenger steam train was locomotion number 1, which was Stockton and Darlington Railway, and we've got a picture of that as well. This is the very first steam train. If you go to the Railway Museum, we've got one of those. There we are. That's what it looks like, and that happened basically in 1825, so it's almost 200 years next year. Do you know how fast it used to go?
But I would say about 30 miles an hour. But that can't be... Obviously, that can't be real either, because we didn't have photographs in...
Well, this was taken in the centenary year. So that particular photo was from 1925. Okay. And you say, how fast do you think it was?
30 miles an hour.
30 miles. Pip?
20.
20. It's actually only 15 miles an hour.
Really,
so it's almost quicker to run, I would have thought. You mentioned the Lumiere brothers.
Yes.
And it was, in fact, that first movie which we have. It's a glorious thing. And we've got a little clip of that as well, because I thought we'd spoil... I've been doing my homework for you, Michael.
What year this is?
So this is wonderful. This is the very first real film they had. And this is the days when they used to have films of about sort of 50 seconds or so. And the urban myth, an urban legend almost, is that audiences used to run screaming from the cinema when they saw this train coming towards them. So, Michael and Pip, is that fake or fact? Did audiences in Paris, when they first saw this film, run screaming from the cinema?
I have been told that people were very impacted by it. They were frightened by it. So I don't know about running screaming, but I'll go for a yes.
You're going for a yes? You're saying it's fact? Pip?
And I will go no.
Well, I can tell you, Michael, you are absolutely wrong. And Pip is right, because what happened, it is an urban, it's a myth. And what they sort of called it is cinema's founding myth, they call it. And they had all these professors in Germany look at it. And actually, the first screening was only about 7 foot high, the screen, so it wasn't very big. It was a very grainy picture. There was no sound at all.
Actually, I was surprised by how good the quality was.
Yeah. Well, I think we've enhanced it a little bit for you. The brilliant team at GB News, they know what to do. So
move us on to the next one, Andrew, because we're
OK, very good.
Time.
Oh, no problem at all. So a train in Singapore, I love it, the end of the pier show. A train in Singapore, when it drives past residential areas, little blinds blank out so you don't have to see the people. Is that...
Complete rubbish.
Complete rubbish? And you say that's fake? Pip?
Absolute fact.
Absolute fact. Well, Pip is absolutely right again. You've steamed ahead. And we've got a little video of that. And very quickly, got a video of the Singapore thing. This is the Singapore train driving past. Look, there we go. And it blinds out, so you don't have to see the residential people. How good is that? Do we have time for one very quick one?
Yes, we do.
Oh, a very quick one. OK, now this is a fake or fact then. Here's an image, and I've deliberately done this because it's a Michael Portillo train, which I've managed to find. It is the most gloriously colourful train in India. Here it is.
Oh, beautiful.
Doesn't that look wonderful? So it's Michael Portillo, inspired by your sartorial elegance, Michael. So this is a train, basically, which was decorated to celebrate what's called the Anam, which is the harvest festival, as you'll know, in Kerala in India. So is that fake or fact, the Kerala train?
I'd like to say yes.
OK, you're saying that's fact?
Yes.
Michael?
Well, I better go the other way and see whether I can at last score a point.
You're going to say it's fake? Well, I can tell you...
It was faked up.
You're absolutely right. It's AI generated. And I love the idea of a Michael Portillo train.
I was about to say, let's have tube trains looking like this.
But that's glorious.
I must say this is genuinely a very interesting exercise, isn't it? Because you're so easily fooled by these things.
Well, they always say that basically a lie travels around the world, halfway around the world, before the truth has got its boots on, and never let the truth stand in the way of a good story. And this is why we were obsessed with that sort of stuff. So that's what we do on Andrew Eborn's Fake or Fact. We look at those stories, and it's a public service. What I also love is that people are starting to suggest themes. They come in and say, oh, check out this story or that story, and so on and so forth. And as I say, we live in a diseased information world, and with elections, there can be more fake videos coming out, more fake recordings, and so on and so forth.
Well, I'm so pleased that by an amazing coincidence you thought of a train theme this morning. Now, during the course of the programme, we have been talking about nostalgic sounds. We're going to end up now by listening to some of those sounds again.
Yeah.
Take it away.
So that was a VHS tape being slotted in.
Brings a tear to my eyes. OK, let's hear the next one.
Of course, a rotary phone. In fact, lots of us still buy these phones because they're vintage.
There we are.
There's a very similar one, not quite the same, but very similar one we have in the studio. Thank you, Model Andrew.
It was simply called a dial rather than a rotary, and we used to say we're going to dial a friend. It became a verb.
Yeah,
right.
and you'd always answer the phone with your telephone. Oh, here's another one.
This one is still played. When you go to the opera or the theatre, they want to make the point that you must turn off your mobile phone. They still play that because it's kind of generic, but it is, in fact, the Nokia ringtone. Let's have one more, at least. So this is me in a hotel room with my first laptop, trying to send my copy down the line to a newspaper that will otherwise not pay me any money at all.
And something very old. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, Windows Startup.
Windows Startup.
Windows Startup, we remember that so well. And here is one that is quite old-fashioned, but brings back so many memories for us.
Well, I think that particular sound clue is a way of telling us that we have come towards the end of our programme. And I must say, to be my second breakfast with Pitt, I've enjoyed it so much. Thank you for looking after me.
Pleasure.
Sorry if I've let the side down from time to time.
Not at all. Darren and Emma are here with Saturday Morning Live next. Have a great day.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, very good morning to you. I'm Alex Burkill here from the Met Office with your latest GB News weather update. Whilst tomorrow is going to be a drier day for many of us, it's a pretty unsettled, changeable story today. Outbreaks of showery rain could be heavy at times, some thunder mixed in, perhaps some hail, also some sleet or snow across parts of England into Wales as well. A swathe of rain making its way westwards across northern parts of Scotland, also likely to bring some hill snow here. Elsewhere though, there will be some sunny spells breaking out, but still a chilly feel to things, temperatures just about scraping into double digits perhaps, and some strong winds, especially towards the coasts. Later on, and as we go through the evening, that wet weather across northern Scotland clears away towards the west, but showery outbreaks of rain, sleet and hill snow across northern England feed into Scotland as we go through the night. Otherwise, across much of England, Wales and Northern Ireland, apart from a few coastal showers, it is going to turn largely dry, and with some clear skies, we're going to see temperatures dropping. So a few places places dipping below freezing, leading to some frost in prone spots. Also some fog and freezing fog patches first thing tomorrow morning. Otherwise, as we go through tomorrow, like I said, it is a drier day for many of us. Perhaps some rain reaching Orkney and Shetland at times and a few coastal showers around. Also the chance of some rain affecting East Anglia. Otherwise, though, mostly fine. A good chance that we'll see some brightness breaking through and lighter winds, so although temperatures will be similar to today, it should feel less chilly.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
"2024, a battleground year."
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall? Let's find out together. For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
Headliners. Tomorrow's papers tonight. Every night from 11 p.m.
Is a debate on gender really a far-right issue?
Far right. I'm so bored of that phrase, you know what I mean? Like, anyone who talks about, anyone who acknowledges that there are two sexes is suddenly far right, because that's what Hitler and Mussolini were all about. This question from Shirley is, of course, about Labour. They've been accused of being undemocratic because they pressured a pub into cancelling a debate, and this debate features Kelly J. Keane, who's been on this show a couple of times, and she's a campaigner, and she was just on the panel, and then they got a letter saying that they couldn't do it because Kelly J. Keane apparently attracts far-right groups. Now, they've tried this trick before, but because some awful, ghastly neo-Nazi types turned up near to an event that she was holding in Australia, they kind of tried to blame that on her and suggest that the two were the same thing. They weren't. That was an opportunistic group turning up to... They're not... Neo-Nazis aren't pro-feminist. They're not pro an event called Let Women Speak. That's just ridiculous.
New Zealand's TV blurred her touching her zip because they said that her touching her zip was a far-right dog whistle because she's making that symbol.
Yeah, but she wasn't making the symbol, she was just adjusting her zip.
Yeah,
and
also, this isn't a far-right symbol.
And that was incredible because she obviously wasn't making that symbol anyway. She was just adjusting her top. But this New Zealand news channel blurred out the hand so that they could pretend that it was some horrible ghastly... Yeah. I mean, this is low stuff, isn't it?
She's talked about having voted Labour in the past. She's so not far right.
But also, even if she were right-wing, which she isn't, why would they be banning a panel where there's a discussion about one of the most important issues of our day? What are Labour playing at here?
They're anti-democratic, aren't they? They're just kind of playing whack-a-mole with things they don't like. I think maybe I'll write to the pub and say I do want to see Kelly J. Keane there.
Yeah, but they won't listen to you
well,
if
no,
you say that, will they?
Because
you've got the unfashionable opinion, Chris.
Well, and the unfashionable workplace.
I'm Christopher Hope.
And I'm Gloria Di Piero, bringing you
PMQ's live here on GB News. Every Wednesday, we'll bring you live coverage